In this video, I'll be sharing 8 intermediate to advanced React projects. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in starting a career in front-end development, I have a bootcamp that will walk you through everything you need to know from HTML all the way to interviewing. You can check that out at the first link in the description below. For this video, it'll be useful if you know React and JavaScript. But again, this is a tutorial video, so feel free to use this as a jumping off point to learn those technologies. Without further ado, let's hop into the video. All right, so yeah, today we're just going to be building this really pretty straightforward add to cart component. So it's just going to be our single, eau de parfum, pardon my French, component here. And then I want to use either Zustand or Redux to actually hook it up and have like an add to cart experience. So we're going to just go ahead and hook that up and really just focus on the logic for this one. So first things first, I've already gone ahead and pulled up the starter. If you've been following the series, you know that everything's going to be linked down in the description below. And yeah, I have done a little bit of modification to the design to add in this cart component, but the original design is available on Frontend Mentor, so you can check that out there for free. So first things first, and I've also gone ahead and installed Zustand just because we're going to be using it in order to deal with our state. If I decide we're going to use Redux, we could do that as well, but hopefully we can get it done with just Zustand as it is a smaller sort of project. All right, so yeah, first things first, I'm just going to go ahead and clean up the styles and give it a background color and do like some really just basic stylings. And because, as I said, I do want to just focus on the logic for this one. Say background color is going to be this. Cool. And then, yeah, let's work within our home component. So I'm actually going to change this into a container. And with a max width of, let's say XL. And what else we're going to do here? I think that's pretty much that. What we'll do here, so we'll have 2 elements. We'll just have this main piece here, and then we'll have the cart in the top right. So I think what I'll do is I'll drop in the cart. Let's make it a separate components. New folder, components. We'll create a new file, say cart, save that, and we'll drop that in up here. And then the other component is going to be product. Save that, and drop that in here. Looks good. Awesome. They're showing up. So far, so good. And actually, I think this cream, it looks like it's the background color. So let me grab that instead for our background color here, because that white looked a little bit too white. Yeah, that's better. All right, cool. So yeah, just as far as styling goes, we're just going to have, as I said, this fairly straightforward product component here. So it'll be a box with corner radius of mixed. What is the word? Border radius of. All right, we can infer some things here. So I'll start with the product. Just gonna use a box. And then I've already gone ahead and imported the images, so I'll have access to those there. But for the box, we're going to say, how big is the box? Maybe. And then we'll give it a background color. Oops. Maybe we should do background image is source. Oops. We'll do copy relative path. Maybe URL. you go. And then I'm gonna look up what let's say background size. Yeah, background size. Contain. Try that. Cool. Looks pretty good. And then we'll say background color white. Awesome. So that's pretty much what we want right there. I think that's where we're using pure white. Yeah, so it's just white. Yeah, that's pretty much what we want right there. And then I think we'll add a border radius. Just 1 rem approximately. Cool, and that looks pretty decent. We're just gonna throw in now our titles and stuff like that. So we'll say perfume, uppercase, oh, and it's gonna complain. Actually, I can just turn this into a client component because we're gonna use state in a little bit, so the imports aren't as important. So we'll say perfume, it's gonna be this color. Good, and then we'll have the main title here. And then we'll have the description. And then we'll have the price. Oops. Price, and then the strike through price. And again, this is not essential for the actual functionality, it's just part of the design. And it is a font, or is it text? Emphasis, I think you can do strike, no, text, style, emphasis style, no, font, style, no, look it up, strike through. Oh, okay, I can just use the S tag there. Perfect. Cool. And then we have our add to cart button. And that'll be the last thing. So we'll say button. I think I'm just gonna style it regularly. Regular button. Add to cart. And then, yeah, there's a little cart icon there, which we do have, so I'll add that in there. Image. We'll say alt equals cart icon, height will be, yeah, 16 by 16, width 16, save that. What else? The background color is going to be this deep aquamarine. Background color is going to be this, and then the actual color of the text is going to be, I believe, white. Yeah, that pure white. This is going to be that deep aquamarine, so we'll borrow that. Oops. Save that, and this is going to be the same color as the perfume. really what I'm doing, I just want to set everything up so that we can focus on the logic in a minute. This is going to be gunmetal, okay. Cool. And yeah, that looks, yeah, pretty decent. Sounds good. I'm wondering now if the image should, rather than be a background image, be a separate image, like a separate section. So we have 2 sections, because it might look a little bit better. So I do an image from next image, source equals this, alt equals product, image, height is, but then I need to set the exact height. It's not bad. I don't think it. Maybe not the best way to do it. You can just say margin left is perfect. That worked well. We'll just set the margin off so it doesn't interfere, so we can get rid of this. Awesome. So that looks pretty good. I think the only thing that needs to change is some of the size of the text. So this is going to be 32 pixels. We'll say font size is 2 rem. Awesome. This should be same thing. Font size 2 rem. Good. Okay. And then we'll say right. Good. No, not for the box, sorry, for the typography element. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then for this larger box, we want to say display flex direction column, and then justify content space between. I put it in the right box. I think I put it on the right box. Yeah, I should have put it on the right box. Let's take a quick peek. Okay, just need to set the height. All right, so we'll set the height of the box as well. Save that. And then we'll just add a little bit of margin or padding. We'll say margin. And then no, yeah, it's padding I wanted. I wonder if I put the padding here. Yeah, that's more what I'm looking for. Okay, awesome, awesome. And we'll just bump this up to 22. Perfect. All right, so that looks pretty good, pretty close to what we're looking for right now. The next piece we need is that cart piece. So let's go ahead and style that out. So this is going to be a box, and it's also going to use state. So I'm just going to skip through that. And what this is going to do is just display oops, use client. Whoops. Yeah, what this cart is going to do is just display the information that gets passed to it. So I just want to kind of copy a little bit of the style here. So we'll say, let's see, background color. Save that, and we'll have a little typography element at the top. And it's going to be cart. And the color is going to be this because it kind of follows that perfume style. And then width and height, I don't know, like width, height. Cool, looks pretty good. Border radius 1 rem. Position absolute. Right 0. What will work? Yeah, awesome. All right, so say right minus 100. No, sorry, right 100. Maybe right 50. And top maybe 20. Oops, 20. Cool. So I'm pretty content with where that is. Let me just center the other piece. So we'll say center. Okay, looks about right. I think we just need to make the cart maybe a touch smaller. Maybe 15. Or maybe actually the card is a little bit too big as well. Yeah, I think that's better. A little bit smaller card. Because I think the cart is actually going to have a good bit of information. Or just like the text might be a little wide. All right, so yeah, this is the general gist of what we're going for as far as the design goes. Let's go ahead and now start to implement our state, because that's kind of what we that's kind of the point of this whole thing. So, sorry, just touching up the style here. All right, cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and implement the state. So what I'm actually going to do is I think I'm going to grab all of this information, or really just the information I need, and I'm going to put it in some sort of object. So let's go ahead and create some other folders. So I'm going to create a data folder, and I'm going to create a store folder. So in the data folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say index.ts. And I'm just going to say const product equals title. And I'm basically just creating an object with all of this information that I have for my product already, right? So I have the title. That's the title of the product. I have the category, which is going to be perfume. I have the description. just going to be this. And then we have the, we'll have two prices. We'll say current price will be this. And sale price will be this. Sale price, and image is the last bit we need. That's the image. Image path. Cool. So that is the product that we're working with, right? If you had more, you can make it an array and just map through them. But I'm just going to have this as sort of the baseline. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and import product. Oh, and I should probably export product as well. Export const product. Import product from data. And then I'm going to use that information here instead. So I'm going to say product.category, product.title, product.description, product.current price. Oh, sorry. I think I did these backwards. This is the sale price, and this is original price, really. Not current price, original price. Or maybe I should actually, I wasn't really thinking that through. Let's do current price and original price. So we'll say current price, and then we'll do product on original price. And that looks good. And then the only thing here, I'm not going to put the image here because we have it as a background image, but we could. It really doesn't matter. Let's do it. We can do. It shouldn't affect it. We should do product dot image path. So if I've done it correctly, when I refresh, nothing should change. Yeah, so it's working just as we expect. So we're now using the data as opposed to hard-coded data, which is good if you want to do this with multiple products, but it's also going to help us as we pass our data around for the actual setting the state and things like that. So we've got that set up. I think I'll probably need to make a type, but we can worry about that in just a moment. The next thing that I'm going to want to do now, I need some way to bring my data from the product when I hit that add to cart button. So some on-click thing is triggered, and then it sends it to the store, and then I get it and I can pull it into my cart. So this is where we're going to bring in Zustand. So Zustand it's a state management solution. It's kind of like Redux if you haven't used it before, and it basically allows you to have a global state as opposed to trying to like pass props around. And as I said, I want to kind of focus on this so we can use this logic in later projects and build more and more advanced projects as we go. So first things first, we're going to create a store. So we're just going to borrow this sort of setup, and I'm going to drop it in my store file. Also, I think there's a TypeScript version. Yeah, there's a TypeScript guide. So I might actually borrow this one instead, because there's types everything for us easily. So instead of, they use bears as their like example, we're just going to change it to product. So product state, and then product store. And then we'll say product is going to be, then this is where I think I'll need the type. So I'm going to say, can I do type of product? Type of product. And then instead of, we'll say add to cart. And for the add to cart, we're going to take, gonna take the product, which is type of product, and then we're gonna add it to, what did I import twice? Oh, it might not like that. Okay, it's, yeah, we're gonna say item, which is type of product, and then product initially is nothing, and then we'll say add to cart, and we'll say product state dot product, should probably be an array, plus item state dot product equals item. We'll say product is, oh, it's missing the following. Got you. Okay, yeah, so let me initialize that. So product's gonna be empty. So this is just to give it an initial value. Add to cart item, set state product. Oh, should we maybe just state dot product? Yeah, sorry, we didn't need that equals. All right, so now it should just take the product and just set it to the item. Yes, it should just set it to the item, I believe. Let's try this. All right, so if we go back to our documentation, we can check out just the original guide here, and then we can see how to use it. So we can say, if we're going to use the store, we'll go grab it in our cart. We'll say use store. We'll import from Zustand, I would assume. But let me double check. Yeah, so it's use export const, use product store, yeah, okay, that's going to be state.product. We'll say const product. Cool. And then if we console.log product, we should see our like basic object if we've done it correctly. Awesome, perfect. So that part works. The next thing we want to do now is dispatch it. So if we go back to our documentation, we want to do the same thing. We want to call on click increase or whatever, like this, in this case is increase population, but in our case we want to do add to cart. So we'll bring this out here. We'll say add to cart and use product store. Product store. Import that. Awesome. And then on click, we're going to say add to cart. We need to pass in something. We need to pass in the product. And so if that's done correctly, when we click the add to cart button, it should add it to the product store, and then we should be able to fetch it or grab it with our from our products. Let's try that and let's take a look at the the console and see what happens. So if I hit add to cart, awesome, it's in there. So yeah, Zustand really just kind of simplifies a lot of this stuff. So let's finish hooking this up and we'll have a completed project for the day. All right, so in our element here, in our component here, I'm gonna use an image component from Next image. We'll say source is gonna be equal to product dot image path. The alt is going to be product image, and I don't know, 50 by 50 or something. Height equals 50, width equals also 50. We'll save that, and then so we have the image, and then we'll have our title. So we'll say typography is going to be product dot title, title, and then we'll have our typography product dot price, current price. So we'll have those two there. The other thing I want to do is if there is nothing there, like if product dot current price equals 0, then I want to show like basically just like a box, like you have add your item to cart, or click add to cart, just so that, you know, basically there's a prompt, so we know like, oh yeah, we've gotten our stuff, or we haven't gotten it. So that's what I'm thinking. Let's see if it makes sense. Equals 0. Product current price equals 0. Hold on, let me refresh. Click add to cart. All right, cool. Otherwise, let me add to cart. Then we get everything there. Awesome. That looks good. We'll say display flex. We'll say justify content space between align items center. And then we'll say margin left, left 1 rem. Concat, how would we use that? Wonder if that works. No. We'll just do the product title. I think we can probably make it a little bit smaller. Say 0.75 for him, for both of them. Save that. And do a quick refresh. Click add to cart. Awesome. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So we hooked up Zustand. We were able to transfer the information from our data.json file over from our product or over from our original source into our cart. So having this kind of knowledge is going to be really useful once we move on to bigger projects. So yeah, we're going to be building out this recipe page, and I want to show you how to do it using Next.js's API capability, the routing capability, so that you can actually build out projects like this or pages like this if you don't necessarily have an API to fetch from. So you can build things and show, you know, potential employers how you can fetch from an API without needing to sort of host an API separately, because again, we're trying to focus on the front end side of things. So the page is pretty simple. We're not going to do too anything crazy with the design. It's really more to showcase the ability to create this API. So yeah, but this is the design, pretty straightforward. It's going to be available on Frontend Mentor again as well if you want to access it there. So I'm going to start with the code. I've gone ahead and brought in the images, or the individual image from the starter kit from Frontend Mentor, and then I've also gone ahead and created a data file, which is going to be our like data.json sort of thing that we're going to be using to mock our data from the API. So that's all there. And yeah, this was all just from information that I got from the initial starter information that they gave us. So we have our app up and running here. I'm going to go ahead and start with some basic styles. So let's grab this background color and go ahead and set that. And we'll just set that to be, whoops, body and our HTML color. Oops, background color. Okay, and we'll clear out these, save that, and yeah, we have our main page here. So on this main page, we want to have this recipe section, and basically, I think we can do pretty much all of it in the main page. Yeah, it's going to be quick, so let's just do it in one component, and then you can see kind of the pros and cons of doing that. So we have our outside box there. Then I'm going to create an inner box, and that's going to be where our recipe lives. So we'll say box, and this is going to have the background color of white. Whoops, color of white. And I'm going to set this to be a flex box. We'll say justify content center and align items to the center. And then for this, I'm just going to add some margin top, just a little bit of space there, and we'll say like 5 around, just so we have a little bit of padding there. Speaking of padding, let's add in some padding for the elements inside. Zoom in a little bit there. All right, 40 pixels. We'll say padding, 40 pixels. And yeah, looks pretty good. So now we want to go ahead and create this API. And again, it's just a box right now. There's nothing there. We want to go ahead and create this API route and use that for our data. So if you go over to the Next.js website, we're using the app router. You can also do this in the pages router. It's just a little bit different, but the app router is sort of like the latest and greatest. And there's a special sort of way that they do their files where basically you can create like a folder called API and create a route file, and using that route file, you can actually basically showcase your data. So I'm gonna follow this structure, this really simple route structure. But yeah, this is all available on the Next.js website if you want to sort of read into the documentation. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm just going to call it API. This is within my app folder, which is important. Then I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. Again, important that we use this name. Then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and we'll go over what it's going to do. So it's going to export a get function, and it's going to return a response, and that response to JSON. So in this case, it's just saying a message, hello world, and that's the response. In our case, what we're actually going to do is we're going to import data from our data file that we created earlier, and I'm going to just put data here. So basically what I want you to do is when I go to the /API route, I want to get the data from that response. Now, the way to test to make sure this is working is we actually need to perform a fetch request. So on the home page, I should say, I'm going to turn it into a client component to start with. So I'm going to say use client. And then I'm going to say in a use effect, I want to go ahead and fetch for fetch at /API. That's it, because it's automatically going to grab us that route. And when I fetch at /API, I'm going to say then response, and set response to JSON. And then honestly, I don't know if we can do this. It's just convention, but then we'll say data. And then we're going to do something with that data. Let's just start by console logging it to see if we're getting what we are expecting to get, right? So we've created the route at API, at like app/API route.ts, right? And it's taking our data that we've created, our whole image, all of that information, and it's taking it and it's turning it into JSON, JSONifying it, and it's returning it as our response. We're then using a use effect on our main page, our main home page, and you can do this on any page. We could have created a component and put it separately. We are using a use effect. We're going to fetch at that route /API, and then we're going to take that response, and then again JSONify. We probably don't need to actually do that step, and then we're going to right now just console log the data to make sure we've done things correctly. So if we've done it correctly, when we go back to our page and we inspect the page and we go to the console and we refresh just to make sure that all is good, we're seeing exactly what we expect to see. We're seeing this is all the information from our data.json. So the route itself is set up and it's good and it's working. So now let's go ahead and just use this and set up our styles a little bit and finish on that piece of the project. So if you take a look, we don't need to go to the route to see it because we have the data, but if it was a regular API, you would probably have to go and either read the documentation on the API or, figure out the structure of the data. But since we have it here, we can just refer to this file. So we have our image, our title, description, prep time, etc., etc., etc. So just basically following along with the style of the design, we're just going to implement all of these pieces like you would with any sort of normal project. So first thing, we'll drop in the image. So we'll say image. Next image, the source. Oh, and also very important, we need to do something with the data, not just console log it. So let's say, we'll say const recipe. Oops, recipe. We'll say set recipe. Recipe. And we'll say use state. And we'll say recipe is just an empty any object with untyped at the moment. And then instead of console.logging the data, we want to set recipe to be data. And so that's how we're going to grab our data. And so then now for our source, we'll say recipe dot oh, and you know what? Because I haven't put in. All right, I should just. I'm going to put in sort of a starting type here, just so that we don't need to. It'll give us that automatic completion, which is quite nice. And we'll also get a few less errors going down the road. So I'm just initializing an initial. I'm initializing an initial state. Good. And we'll get rid of that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, we'll see recipe.image. And then it gives us the completion because we know that it works, that it exists. Alt is going to be food image. And then the size, let's do 300 height by 600 width. Width is going to be 600, and that'll be that image. All right, cool. So far, so good. And what's it complaining about? Okay, awesome, cool. We got our image there. Nice. I'll add a little bit of that border radius style to it. We'll say border radius 1 rem. And I didn't even add it to that other piece, so we can add it there as well. That's to that outer box that we have. We'll say border radius 1 rem. Perfect, looking good. So that's good. The next thing we need to do is have our title, and we're just gonna plug and play and put these in place. So let's say typography. We'll say recipe dot title. And you see, as we've initialized a state, that we've given an initial state, it's now giving us our completion, which is nice. Recipe.title, recipe.description. What else do we need? The preparation time. So this is actually going to be kind of its own little box. So we'll say recipe dot. We'll add in another typography element first off. We'll say preparation time. And that'll be recipe dot total prep time. Recipe dot prep time. And recipe dot cooking time. And I remember these because I just made the object. Then we'll have another section that is ingredients. And we'll say recipe. Oh yeah, and so then now what we want to do is we want to map. So we're gonna take our recipe dot ingredients, and for each ingredient we want to go through and return a typography element with that ingredient. And recipe.map, not recipe, recipe.ingredients. Ingredients. That's what we want to do. And the key will be the ingredient. Cool. So for that, that's how we'll get our ingredients. And then we'll need to do the same thing with our instructions. Actually, looks the style is pretty similar. So let me do a little bit of styling here. So this is going to be brown. And it's going to be 28 pixels. And maybe font weight of, let's say, 600. Cool. And yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, so we'll copy this because we're going to do something pretty similar, except it's going to be, what is it, instructions? Yeah, instructions. We're going to change this to instruction. I mean, semantically, we don't have to change this word ingredient, but I'm going to change it because otherwise I'm going to be confused later. But like, it would do the same thing if it was any word. So we'll have those instructions there. And then nutrition. I'm going to copy a piece of it. I do on the title. But then I know this is not something that was part of the API. That's like just part of the web page. So we're gonna drop that in there. And then this will be the last piece here. So then we have to show, we want to map through, what do we want to map through? Or we could just say typography. We could go ahead and create another element. Say recipe dot nutrition dot calories. Yeah, let's go ahead and create a really quick element. So I'm just going to create another folder components. I could have done it in the same file as well. I'm going to say nutrition. Yeah, just nutrition. And it's just going to be an individual line. So we'll import the box, material UI. And again, this is all for design. This is like, we've finished the API piece, so we're good on that sense. But what this is gonna do is gonna return a typography element, maybe 2. And it's gonna take in props. It's gonna take in the what is it? Category, I guess, of nutrition. Category. Oops, string. And then it'll be the value. That's not a great name, but string as well. We'll take in category and value, and we'll use props. And we're just gonna go ahead and display the category. So, whoops, category. And the category. And then it's gonna go ahead and display the value. The values are bolded and that brown color. Cool. And then there's going to be a horizontal rule on the bottom of each. And that's probably going to be some like margin potentially. Yeah, I will go with that. So then we're gonna just map through. So this is nutrition. Within this, we're gonna say recipe. Oops, recipe dot. I feel like I should have updated the data. So maybe because we created the data, we can sort of modify it. But what is the best way to do this? I think I'm overcomplicating this. I think what I'll do, I'll just say nutrition, and I'll say category equals calories, and then the value equals recipe dot nutrition dot calories, and that's what we're gonna do. I'll just type in that manually. Because otherwise I think it was going to get very complicated, unnecessarily complicated. Carbs, protein, fat. Cool, and that should be that. Let's see how it's looking so far. All right, not too bad, not too bad. I think what I want to do is probably set a max width to the page, just so it doesn't get too wide. So we'll say max width, 50 view width. Okay, and it's causing it to wrap. And then, yeah, we can touch it up a little bit more. Just work on the designs a little bit. Let's say, font size. You know, just update a couple of these little pieces. I can do this background color. Like, there's so much you can do with the styling here. Like, you can do it to the fullest. I think we'll do a little bit of it, but I don't want to have you guys spending time here watching something we've done a million times. But again, if you're new, then maybe this would be the first time. Font weight. Okay. Not bad. Oops. Do one RAM for that. And we'll kind of copy this style for the next boxes. I think we could have just like created like a singular style just to save ourselves some time, but didn't do that. All right, cool. And we're not gonna like go over and spend a whole bunch of time doing this, but in terms of what we did today, right? We created an API route using Next.js's app router. So you can do this and you can basically serve up any data you want if you need to basically show an employer or potential employer that you actually know how to fetch from an API. We fetch from it in our main component here in our app, and then we use that data to populate our recipe page. So all right, so yeah, as you can see, you might recognize this design from another front-end mentor design. It's basically this design here, but I've pared it down a little bit so we can really just focus on implementing the Redux side of things. But yeah, if you do want to follow along and maybe even build it out more full spec, definitely head over to the design. I'll link it down in the description below. But sorry, what we're trying to do here really is just use Redux to implement the add to cart functionality and then be able to increase and decrease the number of items in the cart. So let's go ahead and build this out. So I've gone ahead and installed React Redux and Redux Toolkit. So that's the first step before we even get started, and then spin up your app and we can get started. We're using this starter app, which doesn't have Redux installed, so you'll have to install it on top of that, but I'll link it below as well if you do want to kind of start from a similar place. All right, so this is the app all spun up, nothing started yet, so let's go ahead and just modify a few of the styles. And as I said, oops, we're not as focused on making the most dramatically stylistic piece. We're more focused today on getting Redux installed and implemented properly. Okay, so first things first, I have also imported any of the images or logos that are included with the starter kit from Front End Mentor. So we'll use those for the pieces that we need it. So for instance, we have the logo here, so I'll go ahead and drop that in the home page. So we'll say image from next image, and source is going to be this logo right here, and then alt will be logo, and then we can grab the size 20 by 137. So height be about 20, width be about 137. Cool. So that's the first piece there. Let's see if it shows up. All right, awesome. So that part is working. Good to go. Take out this home. It'll also look like there's a bit of a container here, so I'm actually going to transform this box into a container and import that. And then we'll set the max width to maybe large. Cool, that looks pretty good. The other thing we're going to need here is this add to cart button. So we'll say button, and then we're just going to put the image inside of it. And I'll also make sure to import button. And the image is going to be probably this. Guessing, yeah, 20 by 20. Okay. Cool. Looks pretty good. And this is basically going to be our nav. So I'm going to actually wrap these in a box. Oh, sorry, I need to re-import box. that's looking pretty decent. I think the only thing I want to do now as far as style with this is add some margin. So we'll say margin, let's say 3 rem top and bottom. Cool. And then let's work on this. We have two more pieces, this hero section and the actual card itself. So in the hero section, what we need to do, and actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and move all of this into a nav just so that we can clean it up, because it is going to get a little bit complicated with the number of files that we're going to have, especially with Redux. So I'm just going to say new file, nav.tsx, and then we'll take all of this and drop that here. And I know I'm going to be using state in this, so I'll use client for that. Cool. Yeah, just clean that page up a little bit so things aren't so all over the place. All right, next bit we're going to have, it's not even really our hero, to be honest. It's more like the product. So we'll say product. And this is also going to end up being a client component, unless we do the add to cart separately. But again, I'm thinking a lot of this might be client-side components. All right, so we're going to have sort of two sides. So one is going to be the image, and it's going to be, I think image product 1 is probably what we're looking for. Height 48. And we should also put it on the page so you can see it. Cool, first piece there. So we'll have our product. Do that. And then we'll have our, the like second section, that's the right side. That'll be all of our text. Like that. All right, so we have this first typography element, sneaker company. Good. The color is going to be this. Okay, cool. Next element is going to be limited edition sneakers, I believe that says. Okay, and then we'll have the body, which is going to be regular size, but has this color. Oops. And then, oh yeah, we have the price. Now, I think I want to get to a point where I start, let's think about this. Because I don't want to declare the data twice. I think maybe what we should do is have the data for the sneakers live somewhere, and then we pull it in for each of these. So I think actually that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to whip up a quick data object. I'll say export const product equals title, and then I'm going to actually just use this. And it doesn't need all of the information, but at least the price, which is $125, the price and the title. And you'll see why this makes sense in a little bit. $125. So yeah, we'll use that. So I'll say import product from data, and then we'll say this will be the title. If I was doing this as a site with multiple products, I would put in all of this data. But this is more just for simplification purposes. So say product dot price, dot price. And that'll be the price, bold 28, and this color. Oh, that's also this color. All right, so we'll say cool. And then these two pieces also, we don't really need that, or this for, these are more just stylistic. And then we have our toggle here, was actually quite important. So we have the product, and then I think I'm going to make another component. We'll say new file, toggle. Yeah. And we'll use a box. And the toggle is going to have 2 buttons and a number. All right, so we'll say button is a minus. We have button, that's a plus. And then in the middle, we'll have a typography element that has const count equals 0, and that'll be the count. Something like that. We'll fix it up as we go along. We'll do some basic stylings with these. I think this is probably the background color. That's the actual color is going to be this orange. Whoops. I think it's this orange. And then that'll be the color for the typography element. And we should actually put it onto the product page. So that'll go here, toggle. Cool. And display flex. Oops. Okay, cool. I guess align items in the center. And give these the same background color. As you can see, I probably could have made an element called toggle button, but I did not. Okay, and then we'll limit the width. Or actually, let's make the add to cart button as well. So we'll have our toggle, and then we have our other button. It's going to be add to cart. And we'll have our little cart icon. So we'll say image. And the source is going to be that same cart icon. Cart icon. Height, I believe it's 20 by 20. Width. Cool. And that'll be our add to cart. Background color is going to be this. No, let's do button. Button. Okay, and then color. Cool, and then we'll say cool. Looks pretty good. I'm going to wrap these two in a box so they appear on the same line. A flex box, that is. Good. Yeah, and that's the basics of that piece. All right, so let's do a little bit with the styling here and then move on. Let's give this a max width. Oops. Okay, looks good. And then we'll say display flex. Direction is going to be column. And then we're going to do the same thing, justify content space between. Cool. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that just in terms of like basic page, basic stylings. You know, we want to do what we want to do with it now. Oh no, that's not right. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's make the cart element because we do need that. And then we can start passing around our data and setting up our Redux. So we'll say new file, last one, tsx. And the cart is going to be pretty straightforward. Zoom in a little bit here. It's going to be a box with a box shadow. 044. I think it's GBA. Oh, sorry. 0, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. Oh, no, 0, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. RGBA. 0, 0, 0. 0.25, I believe. So that'll be the box. max width, sorry, should be 360. All right, and then it's going to be a typography element that says cart. And again, it's probably going to be a client component because again, we're focusing on using state in this project. And then there's a bit of a horizontal rule here. Oops, horizontal rule. And then we're going to have that data. So it's going to be an image. And the source is going to be const image source. Alt will be product thumbnail. Height probably 20. Width also probably 20. So it'll be that. I'm gonna wrap this in a box. And then it's going to be the const title. It's going to be the, whatever the title of the product is. So we'll say title. So fall limited edition speakers. And then it's going to be the price, the number of items, and then the total price. So let's break that down. So it's going to be price price and we can do it like this: price X and then total. I should do the total price. Okay, price times number of items, and then we'll say total price. Dollar signs there. All right, cool. So that should be that. And then at the bottom, we'll have a big checkout button. The color is going to be, yeah, this. Oh, and also for this pool. And the background color is going to be this. Good. Oops. This will be 100%. What else? We need some padding here all around the element, which will be 1.5 rem. Whoops, how did that get there? 1.5 rem. And yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, so we'll start with that and then we can add in other functionality as we get to it. Let's make sure our nav looks, let's make sure our cart looks okay. So we'll say, we'll just do a quick use state. So const show cart, set show cart, say use state false. and then we'll say on click, set show cart to be the opposite of show cart. And then if show cart is true, we want to show the cart. All right. There we go. All right, so I just need to do a couple more styles on this so it doesn't look so crazy. Let's see, it's gonna be right, maybe 10, top 10, we'll start with that. Okay, right 50, top 50, right 75, top 75. Good. And then we'll give it a background color. Whoops, color. Just so that, yeah, so it goes over that. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. So in terms of base styles, I think we're pretty set there. Cool. Now let's install Redux. So, as I said, I've gone ahead and installed Redux Toolkit, and I've gone ahead and installed React Redux, which you need to get Redux Toolkit to work. So that's taken care of. The next thing we want to do is actually set up our project. So I'm using the tutorial TypeScript Quick Start as a base, just to make things a little bit easier. But yeah, you can just follow along and do it as we do it here. So the first thing I want to do here is I'm going to create a new folder called store. And within the store, I'm going to create a new file and paste that in there. I'm also going to create another folder called hooks because we're going to use typed hooks. And that is basically just giving giving types to the hooks that we're using. All right, cool. The next thing I want to do is now create my slice. So the slices are the parts that are actually going to hold the state and things like that. So I'll create a new file. I'll say cart slice, because I think I'm just going to need the one slice for this. And I'm going to borrow what they have in their counter slice, but we're going to modify it and make it work for us. So we'll drop that in there. And we'll import it as a reducer. We'll say cart slice. And we're going to say import cart slice from cart slice from that, and we're going to change it so it is cart slice cart basically everywhere it says counter, we're going to have to say cart. Cart and state.cart.value is of type unknown. Cart. Why is it not like that? Let's see. If this was counter, would it be happy? No, it's just not happy that it's cart. Let's see. I might have changed one thing too many. Go back a little bit and see where it started complaining. It's important that we get the setup correct, otherwise we'll have a lot of problems later. So say import cart reducer from okay, so it's okay with that. We're just going to change all of this. Is going to be dot slash. Okay, it's good. It's good with that. Post counter state, which makes sense. Say card state. It's still good. Cart. Okay, it's still good. If I change this to cart now, what happens? Post cart state. If I say cart. Okay, that might have just been a weird error. Or I'm completely missing something. But okay, so we have our cart slice. What else do we need to do? We need to wrap our app in a provider. Otherwise, it's not going to show up. So we're going to go to our layout.tsx file. We're going to import provider from React Redux. Wrap it around our app. And then we're going to set the store. It requires to be connected, needs to be connected to the store. And the store is just going to be imported from our store that we just created. So we have that. That's hooked up. I think, what else do we need to do here? I think that might be it in terms of initial setup. So if you go back to the page, things should just, sorry. It's going to give us an error about this metadata. So we'll remove the metadata and turn this into a client component. And that's just a Next.js specific thing. All right, refresh. Cool, looking good so far. Still getting in the cart, perfect. Everything's working as expected. The next thing we want to do now is actually to develop our cart slice and basically show like, okay, we want to add to cart, we want to remove from cart, or, increase number of this, etc., etc. So what we're going to do for this is we are going to, first things first, we want to be able to add to cart and increase the value of the number of items in the cart. So I guess we want in our cart slice, we want our cart to be, we want our cart count possibly to be a number. Cart count to be a number. And then, what should we do? I'm going to say cart item to be cart item to be an object with a title, title, that's a string, and a price, that's a number, that's a number. And to start with, the title will be nothing, and the number, price will be 0. And that should be everything we need in order to get this going. So then we could actually kind of use some of this. Let's see if it works. Because what I want to do is I want to increase the cart count every time the plus button is pressed, and then decrease the cart count every time the minus button is pressed. And then on top of that, I want to add items to the cart and possibly clear the cart and remove items from the cart. So those are the two things we kind of want to do right now. So let's see if, Oh, let's define an object that's, or reducer, sorry. We'll say add to cart. It's going to take in the state and state.cart item equals action dot payload action dot payload. And I should just repurpose this. Cart item equals action dot payload. What does it say? Its number is not. Maybe I can make cart count a number within here. Count 0. Dot push. Let's try that. Action not payload. Oh, I know. Equals. Back to equals. All right, sorry, it was just a TypeScript error. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that didn't need to be as complicated as it was. I'm wondering now if I should go back and try the count. Let's see if it works, and if it doesn't work, we can update the count. So the first thing I want to do is I want to hook up my toggle to see if that's working. So I'm going to say, instead of count equals 0, it's going to be count equals use app selector. And we'll say, it already had the one selector hooked up for us, so we can use that. And it's going to be, we also need to pass out an add to cart. It's going to be select count. So we'll say select count. And that's going to be from our cart slice. And I think it's actually the correct syntax is state.cart. Actually, yeah, no, we don't need to do that. State.cart.cart item dot count. Sorry, we're not going to use the select count because I want to grab it like that. All right, so we have the count, and that is going to be our count. So in theory, the count should still be 0, which is not unexpected because that's what we've initialized it to be. Or sorry, the count down here for our toggle should still be 0, which is actually good. The next thing we want to do is hook with a button. We'll say on click, and we need to use dispatch. So let's say const dispatch. This is how we hook into our hook. We'll say our dispatch hook. We'll say use app dispatch. We'll call that. And then we'll say on click, we want to go ahead and dispatch. And there were those two actions, those two reducers that we created. We want to say dispatch decrement for the subtract. So we'll import that. So we'll dispatch decrement. Oopsies. And on click for the plus button, we want to do the same thing, but increment, I believe, if we have them named correctly. Cool. So in theory, when I hit plus, great, it's adding, and when I hit minus, it's subtracting. Awesome. So that's good. So the toggle's working, hooked to Redux, good to go. The next bit we want to do is the actual cart itself. And this is where I'm wondering if I should probably separate the two, because I think it's going to get a little bit confusing. Yeah, let me go back and separate them really quickly, because I think otherwise this is going to become a little bit difficult. I think it's going to overwrite. Well, I guess maybe we do want it to overwrite the count. So let's go with it, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. All right, so now for the cart, not for the cart, sorry, for the product, the add to cart button. So for this button, now we want to add an on click that does the same thing. On click, we want to, and we're going to have to import our dispatch again because this is a different component. Say const dispatch equals use app dispatch. And then we'll say on click, we want it to dispatch add to cart, and it's going to add to cart the product. So we'll say product, and how will we know how many? I think we're gonna have to work with the state a little bit more. So I'll say const product count equals use app selector, and we'll say state state.cart item dot count is going to be our product count, and then we're going to say we're going to pass product comma count is product count. So that way we have a count that is associated with our toggle for our product count. I think that's how we want to do it. And then the last bit we're going to need to do now is actually grab our stuff and put it into our cart. So we'll say const, I'm going to say const cart equals use app selector. I'm going to say, again, state. I'm going to say state.cart item. We'll call it cart item. And then we'll say for the title, it's going to be cart item dot title. For the price, or actually, let's spread it out here. So we'll say const title price count equals cart item. So we'll do that. So we'll get rid of these two. Oh, and I forgot the image source. That's actually very important. So I need to add that to our data. Sorry about that. Or you know what? Because we know that this is sort of like what we're going to be working with, we'll just give it the default image source for now. But you would want to pass that in. Icon, card, image, thumbnail, probably this. Okay, good. And then instead of number of items, it's going to say count. But actually, we don't need to set that there. And then we'll say total price here. So these are what we're working with. And then, yeah, instead of modifying all of these, I can just change this back to be title. So we've grabbed all of those details. And I think we should be good. So if we've hooked it up correctly, there should be nothing in the cart. Oops, nope, that's not going to work. Oh, sorry, just a little error. Missed a slash. All right. Okay, so the image is there already, which is fine. But if we've hooked it up correctly, when I hit +++, I think it should go up to 3. So it's 3 but no item, which is not ideal. But when I hit add to cart, we have our fall limited edition sneakers, $125 times 3 items, $375. So yeah, basically we've been able to connect the toggle button here and the add to cart functionality, which grabs all of this product information and send it to the cart using Redux. So we're doing that by, and then grabbing all of that information from Redux using our selector and displaying it on our page here. Again, this is using the cart slice. We actually didn't need to go back and do these cart counts again, although you could separate those. The reason I was thinking about separating them is because it might overwrite it when we submit the cart item, but then we would want it to do that. But at the same time, we want the count to be associated with the cart item. Like, we don't want to be able to increase the count. So that's something to play around with when you're doing this. But yeah, we were basically able to use the sort of boilerplate that we get from Redux in order to build this. All right, so as you can see here, the design is pretty simple, straightforward. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the design. What's important here is really the filtering. So you can see that we have these different job titles. You know, we have the company, the like logo, things like that. But then they have all of these different sort of tags, I guess you want to call them. So front end, senior, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, full stack, etc., etc., etc. And the reason these are important is because in the design, when you click on them, it actually filters the entire list for these particular tags. So let's go ahead and start building that out and get this show on the road. All right, so the first thing I want to build, or the first thing I want to take a look at actually, is the colors. What colors are we working with here? What's the background color? Things of that nature. I think, yeah. We've got the app up and running. Also, the design is going to be, where is it? This is the design for this project. And it's actually one of the free designs from Frontend Mentor. So if you want to follow along, you can definitely do that for free. I'll leave the link to that down in the description below. And as usual, using the Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter. If there's another language or combination you want me to try out, let me know in the comment section down below. All right, and so yeah, the app is all started. I've gone ahead and dropped in the data.json file that we're going to be working with, as well as the images that I've gotten from the starter files as well. So taking a look at the data.json file, I think is probably just as important. So if we look here, it's an array of objects that have an ID, company, logo, and then roles, levels, and languages. So I think based on the design, we're going to be kind of focusing on roles, levels, and languages for our filters. So that's just something to be sort of cognizant of as we're building this out. So first things first, let's hop into the app. I'm going to clear out some of these default stylings. And I'm going to set that background color. Did I grab it? I'm going to set this background color to, let's see. Maybe this one here. Let's try that. So body, HTML, color. Oops. Okay. Cool. Let's give it a refresh. And open up the page. Cool. Looking good so far. All right, so we have the background color. I'm guessing this is some sort of image that we have there. So let's see if we can drop that in on the top there. Let's take a look at our images, see if we have it in there. Background header, desktop. Yeah, so it's probably going to be that. So I'm going to copy that path. I'm just going to drop it in as an image from Next Image. Header, image, width, 100, height, 100, and then we're going to set the style to be width, width, 100 view width, oops, not 11, 100 view width. Cool. Awesome, and looks not too bad. The other piece, oh, I guess maybe there's a background color there as well. So that's just the top. I guess there's some sort of like, yeah, this, I guess, is the background color. Interesting. Okay. The other piece is that we don't want there to be any margin. So we'll say margin 0. Cool. So let me see if I can, wonder if I can set a background color on an image. I think we can. Background color. I think we did that. There. Perfect. Okay, awesome. So we have our background. Good to go. Next step is we want to basically just create one of these like boxes, these cards, and then we're just going to map through our data, and we'll only have had to build it one time. So let's create another component. Okay. Folder components. We'll say new file, job, listing. And so within the job listing here, I'm going to make this a client because I have a feeling we're going to be using a lot of state in this. So yeah, what we have here is we have an image, we have this sort of like left section of data, and then the right section of the tag. So I think I'm looking at it as like they're going to be two sections, and then within those sections we'll break it down a little bit further. So first section is going to be with our image. We're also going to take in a bunch of props here. So we'll say image source is a string. What else do we need? Company string. And actually, we can just borrow. We can borrow pretty much all of this here. Oops. Get rid of ID. We don't need that. We'll do company string. We can call it logo. Logo string. New and featured. Yeah, we do want those. So those will be Booleans. Position, yeah, that'll be a string. Role, also a string. Level. Post ad, do we need that? Okay, we do need that. I'm assuming we probably need all of the data except for the ID. I actually might need the ID, to be honest. Cool. And those are our props. So we'll pull all of these in here. Oops, get rid of that. And again, if you're not using TypeScript, you can skip this bit. But just having everything typed correctly will make our lives a whole lot easier. Props. Good. All right, we should be good. Not sure why it's not just formatting it. Okay, weird. Oh, maybe it's a special word. So new job. Oh, new job. Yeah, it might be just because new is like a kind of special word. All right, so yeah, so we're gonna make two boxes. And that outside box, that's going to be our larger container. It's going to set it to a display of flex. And then we're going to say justify content. We want to set it to space between so that they separate. And then within the first box now, we're going to have our image. So we're going to take import image from next image. The source is going to be the logo. The alt is going to be, let's say, company. And then the width is going to be, let's see what that is, 88, and the height is going to be 88. We'll start with that. And then next to that now we're gonna have a little sort of typography situation here. So we'll say typography. So it's gonna be photo snap or whatever the company name is. So we'll say company. The color of this is going to be this. Font, oops. Font weight, we got 600. And then we want to have these two like optional new or featured. And so if new is true, also show this. So we'll say So this is going to be like an inner box. So if new is true, show. Let's do another typography element. Let's say new. And then we'll say, oops, color is, is this. Font weight is, let's say 600 as well, 600. And the color is going to be white. Good. That's one. Second one is going to be featured. And pretty much the same thing, except this is going to be the background color. And we also should have set the border radius. I'm going to say 1 rem. Cool. So those are those two. And then also we only want to show it, say, if new is true. So say new job. And we only want to show this if it's a featured job. So featured. Okay, cool. So that's that first row. Second row, we want the title. Nice and simple. Fill is going to be this color, bold 22. So that's going to be the, what is it, the role or position? Position, that's going to be their position. Position. And then color, right? Okay, looks good. And then bottom part here, we're gonna have three different, sort of three different indicators, I guess, of status. So I'll make one more box down here. Good, and then what images do we have here? Okay. I'm gonna say it's gonna be 3 typography elements. One is going to be posted at, contract, and location. Those are the 3. So posted at, and then I'll just go ahead and style 1 because it's going to be pretty similar. So size 18. And the color is going to be this. And then I'm just going to make 3 of them. Post at, what was it, contract and location. So it's a contract and location. We're going to save those 3. Yeah, that looks so far so good. So let's start with that. I want to go ahead and try and map through our data real quick. So, oh, and you know, I didn't even style the outer box, just kind of left it and just assumed it would work. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's style the outer box just slightly. So background color, white, padding, 2 rem, border radius, 1 rem. Cool. And all right, now let's map through the data. We'll say import data from data.json. What is it? Dot slash data slash, oops. All right, cool. So importing data from data.json. And then we're going to map through it. So we'll say data.map for each job. we want to go ahead and return a job listing. And we're going to pass in all of the props, all of the job props. And then the key is going to be job.id because that is unique. New job. Oh, you know what? I'm going to change this new to new job. Great. Tools. Oh, okay. So now it's just telling me I have an error in terms of the type. So I'm going to say this could be an array of strings or just an empty array. Okay, cool. And that seems to fix the issue. Perfect. All right, so then if we go to our page here, we're starting to see that starting to show up, which is pretty cool. I think, yeah, we definitely want to make some modifications, but so far so good. One thing I want to do on the page here is I want to actually wrap this in a container. Container. Just to keep it a certain size. We'll say max width is going to be large. I think, yeah, that should be good. Good. And then we'll say margin, maybe 0.5 rem, maybe 1 rem. Okay, and then we need to fix this. Which box is it? Yeah, this box, we'll say. Make that a flex box, perfect. It's not looking too bad, actually. Say padding, 0.5. Good. We'll add a little padding there. We'll say display flex, align items to the center. And then for these, let's see, this is the left box. So I'm going to say flex 0.5, and then justify content space between. No, that's not going to look great. All right, let's not do that. Let's do a margin. Margin right 1 rem. That's why it's consistent across all of them. Good. And then this box is all the text. This box is the company job, that first line. All right, cool. We'll say good. I wonder why the second didn't update. Let's just give it the margin. Good. And then do the same thing down here. And then for position, we'll say so by focusing on putting the style in the middle element, I'm just avoiding putting it on every other element as many times. And then oh, that's not the one I wanted. good. And that looks pretty decent, you know? The next piece I want to get onto now is the logic. So if, so for the sort of these like little squares, we want to decide how we're going to loop through them. So that's going to be in this box here. This is the tags. And how do we want to do? I think I'm going to start by making a tag. It's going to be that little box. It's going to take in okay, that's going to take in a tag, and it's going to, actually that's going to be a typography element. Should be a typography element. Oops. Typography element with, should be really a button, I think, actually. Button. And then the color of the text is going to be this. I think it's actually probably like 0.5 rem. That's probably going to be the rem all around. Oh, we should import. We'll just change this to button. And I probably could just leave this as a client component because we're going to have to do something on the on click. All right, so then now what I want to do is I want to make a list of all the possible tags. So I'm going to say const tags equals, so what did we determine it's going to be? The role, the level, the languages, and the tools. The role, the level, the level, the languages, and the tools. All right, so we're going to say tags are going to be role, which is a singular, level, which is a singular, and then we're going to say languages and the tools. And so those should be our tags. So then now at the bottom here, we can go ahead and map through our tags. So we can say tags.map for each tag. We want to go ahead and return the tag. Right, there we go. And we're going to pass in tag. And then the key is going to be tag dot. Probably not going to be unique. Okay, that works. So yeah, now we have our tag. And so, okay, good. We have the, oh, okay. Okay, that's probably not the right background color then. That's definitely not the right background color. What color is that? Let's see if there's a, no, there's no design. Or you know what I could do? I could just grab that color there. Good. All right, so that's going to be the background color. Okay, Awesome. So we have our tags. Not too bad. Go back to the job listings. I'm going to say align items center. Oops, center. And then I'm going to give them a little bit of margin. I'm going to say margin. Okay, cool. So we have our tags now. So looking pretty good. The next thing that we want to do, we want to set up our logic now because we've gone ahead and we're pretty much done with the design. A couple things we have to change, like the overflow, you know, but other than that, we want to make sure that the actual logic is working. So looking at the design, okay, it looks like this like box comes up with the tag after you've clicked on it. So we want to say on click, when you click on a tag, anything that does not have that tag, disappears. Okay, so basically we want to create a filter on the job listing page, or sorry, on the main page, right? Because we just don't want to display the job listing at all. Okay. Let's do const selected tags and set selected tag. Oops. Set selected tags. State. Good. Okay. So then there are two ways we can handle this. Because we have access to our data, we could create a separate object that's just called tags and make our lives a lot easier. Or we could try to work with what we have and do that. Let's try and work with what we had first and see if we can do that. So we'll say set selected tags equals set selected tags. And that's going to be, we'll bring that into job listing. Okay. So then tags, basically we're going to end up passing it down here to the tag. Because, yeah, once you click on the tag, or do we have it in the job listing itself? So you can say, like we have the tags, and then we have, say, const add tag. And we could say take in the tag name, and say set selected. Oh yeah. Set selected tags. And actually I need to pass in selected tags. Okay. There's going to be selected tags is going to be selected tags, comma, tag name. Or I could just do, no, selected tags. We can just say const new tag list equals selected tags, tag name. And then we say selected tags to new tag list, okay, string. String is not assignable to parameter. Okay, we're just gonna start this. New tag list. Okay, great. And then we're gonna pass this down in our tags. We'll say add tag. Add tag. So we'll take our tags. We'll say add tag. Oops. String. And then on click, oops, out here, we'll say on click, we want to go ahead and add tag and add the tag, whatever that tag is. And in theory, that should work. Okay, so let's see if we can console.log selected tags. Let me see if that works. Okay. Oh, all right. Front end, okay. Front end and HTML. All right, so it's working. We have got an issue with the keys, but other than that, it's working. So good to go. Key is going to be, we'll try using the index. Okay. And then now, okay, so the tags are being added to the array successfully, so that's good. The next thing we want to do is filter this data for whatever tags are in our selected tags list. So we'll say const filter data. So we're going to say data dot, I think it's dot filter. Can we do, is there a contains? Includes, I think that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking is we're going to say data dot filter the job, and then job let's say const filtered data. As an empty array. So we'll say if job dot role does not equals oh shoot, how we do this? If job dot role data dot filter for each job, then we want to say selected tags dot map for each tag. What if it's getting too complicated? And we say if job dot role does not equal to tag, then filtered data dot push job. Else if job dot was role level does not equals to tag, filter data dot push job. Else if job dot languages, else if job dot languages not includes, basically. I want to do includes, but not includes. If job dot languages includes, if not job languages dot includes tag filter data dot push job. And then finally, else if job dot, not dot languages, but dot tools filter data dot push job. Oops, job. Oops. Okay. Well, it's gonna say unnecessary. All right. And then, so that's the map. And then we want to return filtered data. Oh no, that's not right. A. We'll say effect. I'm gonna say that we want to filter, filter data anytime the selected tags change. All right, and then we want to use filter. Oh, that's my bad. We want to say const filtered data set filtered data use state Now we want to set filtered data. We're going to change this. Temp jobs, temp filtered array, save that, to temp filtered array. And then we'll say filtered data, I think. I think probably just select the tags actually. All right, so then we want to take filtered data and map through that. Make a type here. Let's say type job. We'll add the ID. Okay, good. All right, so let's try this now. All right, we have no jobs. Let's console.log temp filter array. Let's see what that looks like. All right, empty. Console log job.role, comma, tag. Oh, are we not even getting into there? So you're getting the job, but then if I go here and try and log it again, we're not getting it. Oh, because selected tags doesn't have anything in it. Right. Okay, so what we really need to do is say if selected tags.length is greater than 1, then do this. Else, do that and do this. Yes. Else, actually filter data could just start off as data. Nope. Okay. Else set filter data to be data. If it's just the types that are throwing us off. Let's do that. All right, so if I take off this. Okay, good. So then front end, full stack. Okay. Mid-weight, senior, junior. Oh no, it's just making a longer list. All right, so that's not quite what we wanted to happen there. But at least something's happening. So we're part of the way there. All right, so if selected tags.length is greater than 1, if selected tag.length is greater than 0, all right. Okay. How do we get so many different answers? Where are we logging? Let's see where we're logging. Okay, so on line 49, it's a temporary filtered array. We have 10 possible options. I think I clicked on front end. The role is front end. So the role is front end for all of them. No, but the role is full stack for that one, so it should be gone. Okay, so maybe rather than push, it's up. Is it pop? Right. So if job.role does not equal tag. Oh, and it's doing it for every tag. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little tags list for each of them, because that's just going to be way, way easier than trying to collate them. All right, so we're going to say tags. And tags is going to be an array, and it's going to contain anything that we're going to use as a tag. So front end, so it's going to be the role, the level, and the languages and the tools. And that's what we're going to work with, because that's going to be a lot easier than us trying to make this data structure work. Okay, awesome. So now we have our tags for each job. We can basically skip a lot of this filtering stuff to make our lives look like this double filtering. So I'm going to get rid of this. All right, and then we're going to say, so data.filter through the job, and we're going to say if job.tags includes, then we map to the tag. So we say data.filter that, and we say selected tags.map for each tag name. We'll say if job.tags includes tag name, then simply, what do? If job.tags includes tag name, we actually want it. So I think I was doing backwards before. We actually want to show it. Yeah. So we want to say temp filtered array dot push job. And then once we do that, we set that filtered array data dot filter. Outside of that, we want to set the filter data to temp filtered array, and then we want to say if selected tags dot length is greater than 0, then we call filter. Actually, it's probably going to give me an error here. Oh, no, okay. Filter data. All right, what are we getting now? Okay, front end. Awesome. Okay. Same key, okay. Okay, so now it's just making it longer though. That's the issue. It's like just pushing on top of that. Let me see, console.log, filtered array. So we've got it, so it's working with one tag. Want to see if we can do it with 2. If not, well, at least we have it working with 1. Okay. Right, that's 134. Oh, we have another console log on 52. Okay. Front end, okay. They say senior. We get 7. So what do we get in the first? Okay, so it adds 1. Oh, it like doubles the first one. Okay, so then what we can do is we can say that filtered data has to be unique. It's a new set. Yeah, we'll say set filtered data. We'll say const unique filtered data equals new set of filtered data. We'll put that up here. And then we'll map through unique filtered data. Oh, okay, never mind. I feel like this is the right path. Or we just want to say right, because what it's saying here, if I click front end and I click senior, if we go to the data, there's actually probably only one senior. Okay, this is the only one with a senior role. So really, it should just show that one role. So why is it showing more than one? Why is it still showing the rest? Is it not clearing it? I think it's just not clearing it. So code. No. All right. Oh no. Well, then it looks like there's more than one. Oh no, this is the same one. Okay. I wonder why it's not just clearing it. Or maybe it's checking for both of them. So it's checking for front end. Yeah. Okay, that's the issue. Okay. But so far so good. It seems to be working pretty well with just the singular filter. So if you want to just filter for one thing, that seems to be working pretty well. Yeah, I don't want this to drag on too long, but maybe we can do a part 2 where we filter for more than one variable. All right, so today we're going to actually just be building this to-do app right here. And we're going to build it in the dark mode version. If we have time, we'll add in the toggle switcher, but I really want to focus on us getting the logic correct for this one. So yeah, basically what we're going to be able to do is create a new to-do and add it to our to-do list here. So pretty straightforward and simple, but we're going to be using a lot of state, and we'll use this as a challenge to sort of showcase our skills and how we can work with the state. So I've gone ahead and started up the app here. Again, if you do want to follow along, I'm using this free, it's a free design from Frontend Mentor. I'm using this design here. I'll link it down below. And then I'm also using this starter with Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript. If you don't want to use those, you don't have to. But if you do want to use that, it's also linked down below. And so I've gone ahead and I downloaded the starter from Frontend Mentor, and then I've dropped the images that we might be using here in this image folder, so we can access those. And I've gone ahead and started up the app. So the app is up and running right now. So first things first, let's go ahead and get started. So I want to go ahead and looking at the design, there's this background element, there's this bottom element, and then there's this list of to-dos. I want to focus on the logic first, and then we can spend as much time as we have left over working on the design and making it look fancy. So I think what I want to do first is start with this sort of like container or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to start with a new folder. I'm going to say components. And then I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it to-do container. Cool. And I'm going to go ahead, also clear out these initial styles. Oops. And I'm going to drop that in our page here. I'm going to say to-do container. Cool. So we have our first component in there. And as I said, we'll work on the styling after. Just want to get this kind of up and running. So in the container, I guess we'll start with a box. And we're definitely going to be using state in this component. So I'm going to make it a client component just to make our lives a little bit easier. This is a Next.js specific thing that we have to do here. And so we have the container, and then within the container, we're going to have it's basically a form that we're submitting the to-do, and then we're like listing them down here. And that's pretty much it. So I think first things first, I'm going to actually create a form. I'm going to use the regular form element just because we've had trouble in the past using the Next.js form element. Within that, I am going to use a text field from Material UI, not Next.js, from Material UI. And what else? There's those two. And then we want to just display those to-dos at the bottom. Cool. So with the form, how do we want to do this? We could basically create a list and say like const to-dos equals an array. And then we could say, then we can say const handle submit equals, we take in, we're going to take in the event, and then we're going to say, okay, any type for now. We'll say to-dos dot push event dot target dot value. I think it should be. We'll double check. And then below we'll say to-dos dot map for each to do, we can go ahead and return just a box with that to do. Oops. To do. Okay, the key will be the to do. Okay, cool. So then on submit, we want to handle submit. And I think that's what we want to do. So let me go ahead and console log event so that we can see if we're getting the right thing, and then we'll go from there. So let me see if, oh, and you know what? I actually can't see. Okay, there's the text field right there. So let's go here. I wonder if we can use this background color here, just so we can see. Yeah, I'll go ahead and set the background color, do a little bit of styling so we can see what we're doing. Okay, cool. There we can see it now. All right, so yeah, we'll say test to do. Okay, so it's refreshing. So I need to probably prevent default. Event.prevent default. We'll try again. All right, so that's, what did I console log? I console log the event. So event.target. Okay, so there are two objects we get. No value in the second one, but in the first one, e.target is test do. Test to do. All right, cool. So I think we want to grab the target of 0.value. And if I console log this, then I get to do. Perfect. All right, so that's exactly what we want to happen right there. So I'm going to get rid of these console logs. I'm going to see if I can type this as synthetic base event. Maybe it's react.synthetic base event. No? Okay, I'm not quite sure where that type came from. So we're just going to leave it as any for now, but if we can figure it out later, we'll do that. Okay, so we've gotten our first to do. And then the next thing we need to do, so that happens. But then we're not seeing our to do down here as far as I can tell. So to do 1, to do 2. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything down here that would indicate that the to-dos are showing up. So maybe it's worth like adding it to a state and doing that whole thing. That could be worth doing, because it doesn't seem to be, because the page isn't refreshing, it's not reloading which to-dos are present. We could also try sending it to a component and see if that updates. Let's see. Let's say to-do.tsx. Oops. And then we'll take in a to-do. How do I spell it? And then we'll say to-do. I don't think this will make a difference. I think we're probably going to end up having to do some sort of state situation. Okay, so let's use state for this project. And when I say use state, let's use like, we could also, hold on, before I complicate this. The goal of this, I want to make something that's not too complex. Like if we don't have to install Zustand or Redux, I'd rather not. But if we do have to, then we have to, you know, set to-dos. I think we should also just spell it with to-dos. To-dos, set to-dos, use state is an array. We'll get rid of this. We'll say set to-dos to be to-dos, comma, this. Oh, I know what's wrong here. Okay. Oh, you know what I could do actually? We'll say const new list equals set to-dos to new list. I'm just gonna say any. Okay. I'll say this, that. Oops, to-do. I'm just trying to be consistent. Whoops. To-do. I could have just controlled. All right, cool. Yes. So let's see if this works now. So refresh. Let's do to-do 1, to-do 2, to-do 3. Awesome. So you can barely see it just because of the color contrast, but they are showing up. So we've gone ahead and basically started our to-do app without actually having to install anything. This is great. If we do want to like sort of spice up and use us and something else later, we can do that. But this is a really straightforward way to just kind of get started. So moving forward, let's kind of work on our styling a little bit. So it looks like basically there's this sort of form box situation, and then we have the individual to-dos, and then they show up down below here. So let's work on this box. So in this selection, it looks like we have, this is our background color. So we'll go over here, make it a box from material UI, box, and we'll say background color is going to be this. And then we'll say the text color, I guess, is this, or no, that's the wrong one. We want, oh, okay, there we go. The text color is going to be this. So we'll drop a typography element in here. So color. We'll drop the to-do in between there. Save that. Let's look at the font. 18. Say font size 1.125 rem. And it looks fairly normal. All right, so there's that. And then there's also the checkbox. I'm gonna see if there's like a checkbox. Yeah. So I'm gonna use a checkbox from Material UI. We'll say, yeah, let's just borrow one of their checkboxes. And we'll use that in front of it here. Oh, and actually, I'm going to turn this into a client component as well, because I'm going to say, does not leave a label. We have the checkbox, and we say checked is going to be const is checked, is completed, comma, set is complete. Set is complete. So use state is complete is false to start with, because they're all going to be unchecked to start with, and then checked is going to be, checked is going to be is complete. I'll save that. This box I'm going to turn into a flex box, and I'll add some margin right to the checkbox. We'll say 1 rem, and then I think we need some padding just all around, maybe 1.5 rem. And then it appears that there's this like horizontal rule after each of them. So I'll add, how should we do that? I think we'll do that in the actual container itself. But yeah, that looks so far so good. We'll say on click, we'll say set is complete to be the opposite of is complete. And then we want to do a strike through. Okay, you can do it with that. Can I do it? Let's see if I can do it. Okay, we could use a tag. Okay, let's use the tag, although I'm wondering if text decoration. Let's try that. Line through. Okay, I think that's what we want. Yeah, line through. Okay, cool. Let's use that. So we'll say text decoration. And we'll say is complete. If true, we'll say line through. If false, we'll say none. So that way we can cross it out if it's complete. And then there was also the color changes. I think this might be the color. So we'll say, we'll do the same thing. We'll say is complete. If true, this is the color. If false, that's the color. We'll see if that works. And that looks pretty decent. I think we're good to go there. Let's see if it works. So we'll say to do 1. Okay, awesome. And then if I cross it through, perfect. To do 2, perfect, awesome. Looks pretty good. Let's sort of clean it up a little bit, but other than that, it looks pretty good. We'll say align items center. And now let's really clean up the whole styles of this. So we'll say to do container, I'm actually going to probably do like a container, and we'll say max width equals medium, and we'll import a container. Good. And then we'll say we need this header up here. So you can add that. I think we'll add that on the page. We'll say typography. We'll say to do. And we'll say color is going to be white. And the size, font size is going to be 2.5 rem. And the font weight is going to be, let's say 600. So we have to do, and then this display flex. Column. Oh, you know what? No, this actually needs to go within the container. Otherwise, it's not going to be in line. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. What we can put here. Oops, sorry, not there. What we can put here is the should I say margin? Good, yeah, 98. Okay, cool. So it's gonna put it in the center now. Although I don't really want it in the center. Let's just give it a margin. Yeah, okay, that's a lot better. So for this, yeah, let's do this background image. So we'll say, I think we want to do it as a background. Background image is, I think it's URL. We'll go to our images, background dark. It's either URL or source, so we'll try this one, see if that works. Okay, that works, cool. Okay, margin, not that padding. Good, and I'm just gonna clean up the margin here, so we know that random line. Good, so we have to do there, so we have that background color. And we'll say background size, let's say 50%. I don't know what that's gonna look like. Say 100%. Looks pretty good. I think we just leave it as is. And then we want to make our form kind of look like our to-do. So we'll say okay, so it's just a text field right now. Let's style that to look like a to-do. Borrow these styles. The color is going to be this. Or no, the is it placeholder? Oops. Placeholder is going to be create a new to do. ... We'll save that. Awesome. And then we'll say align item center. We don't need to do that. There we go. Create a new to do number 1. Oh, it extends the background. Interesting. Let's say background repeat. No, repeat. Good. That's what we want to do. To do number 1, to do number 2, to do number 3, to do number 4, to do number 5. And we did number 2. We did number 3, we did number 4. Awesome. That looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we touch up the styling a little bit. Like here, for instance, instead of returning just a to-do, we could return a to-do with an HR underneath. Or not. Doesn't look super great. Oh, we could say border bottom 1 pixel solid, whatever this color is. Let's go. I don't know if that's the right color actually. I think it's 9797. Yeah, that looks a lot better. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That was a really, really quick, simple to do. This is something that's really useful that you might get asked in a job interview for a front end position, just how to really quickly make a to do. If you wanted to take this challenge to the next level, I'd recommend actually adding in that light mode, dark mode switcher. That'd be something really cool to do. We did it a couple of challenges ago. Another thing you could do is having it persist. So installing something like Redux persist to have the state persist. So even when you leave and come back, you'll still have your to-do list there. All right, so here is the tip calculator that we're going to be building. Pretty straightforward. It takes in the amount of your bill. It allows you to select a tip of 10, 15, or 25%, and you can customize these numbers to be whatever you want. And then it allows you to divide it by the number of people. So it's not just a tip calculator, it's also a bit of a bill splitter. So it's a dual purpose option here. So let's go ahead and build this out. I want to focus on the logic of this and then focus on the stylings. So I've gone ahead and started up the app already. You can find the design for this. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple design, but if you want to use the assets that are provided, you can grab the link down below. It's from Frontend Mentor as it's one of their free designs. And then I'm also using the Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript starter app that I've created. Again, link down in the description below. So when you start up, it's going to be plain and simple like this. What I'm going to do is clear out the sort of native styles that I've put in here, the reset styles that I've put in, and start from scratch essentially. So with the tip calculator, I think I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder for all the new components we're going to need. I'm going to try and do it probably in 1 or 2 components. So I'm going to say tip calculator, there we go, and see if I can get it done in maybe 1 component. We'll see. All right, so we're going to take the bill, we're going to choose the tip, and then we're going to divide by the number of people. So let's see if we can get that done. It's going to probably be a client component. What I'm thinking is we say const total bill, set total bill. We'll say use state. We'll start with 0. I'm going to say const tip, set tip, use state, and again 0. And then const people. We'll say set people. We'll say use state 0. Let me just follow the format. I'm going to say bill and set bill, just so that we're sort of keeping a consistent pattern. This is something that employers will also look for. If you're being consistent about the way you name things, if you're being concise, succinct, so you're not going on and on about the same thing over and over again. All right, so first things first, let's style this box a little. So we'll say background color is going to be white and border radius, just a little bit of light styling. We'll go 0.5 rem. And I'm going to go ahead and set the background color of the entire page just so this actually stands out. I'm going to say body and HTML. Say background color is going to be that. I'll save that. Cool. So far, so good. So for the tip calculator, I should probably import it into the main component here. So we'll say tip calculator, so you can actually see it. Cool, there it is. Awesome, so we have that. I think what I'm going to do with this page, I'm going to turn this into a container. And then I'm going to say, oopsies, max width equals medium. Looks good. And that is definitely not the background color. It's probably closer to that. I'm not quite sure, but we'll leave it as it is for now. But yeah, definitely probably want to change that up. All right, so the next piece we want to do down here, so we have our tip calculator. We want to have some sort of input. So it's going to be two pieces. Typography element for the title, typography. So we'll say bill, and then we're going to probably do a text field from Material UI. Oh, and it's complaining because I didn't close it out, which is a fair complaint. All right, cool. Put that there. Okay, cool. Background color should be that. I'm not even seeing the background color, but we can deal with that in a second. So here for the bill now, what we want to do is, I think what I'll do is I'll wrap these in little forms. So I'll make forms. And I'm just using the regular form because I find it easier to work with, but if you want to use the Material UI form, totally feel free to do that. And then I'll say on submit, I'm going to say set bill to, I think it's E, and pass in an E dot target dot, I think E dot target 0 dot value. I think that's the actual correct value, but I could be wrong. In fact, you know what? We're just going to console.log E. That's what we're going to do. Oh, and it does not like that. No? Okay, let's make a handler. Let's say const handle bill submit equals event type any. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fairly similar on console.log event. So we'll just say set or handle bill submit. Cool. So then now if I go to inspect, let's also give this a background color just so you can see it. Okay, good. Let's go to console. Let's see if we say 100. Oh, and we're gonna have to prevent default. Prevent default. Oh, default. Okay. Say 100. Oh, let me refresh. All right. E dot target. Yeah, so it's gonna be the same, 0 input value. Okay. So we want to set bill to event dot target dot target 0 dot value, and we want to actually cast it to a number because right now it's going to save it as a string, and that's going to give us a problem in a minute when we try to actually do some math with it. So that's going to be our handle bill submit. But what I'm actually thinking is we take in the event and we also take in the setter. I'm wondering if this is going to give me a little problem here. So we'll say handle bill submit, pass in E, and we pass in set bill. And then if I say setter, we call that, does the same thing happen? We'll say console.log bill. All right, let's see if that works. Say 0. Awesome, it says 100. Perfect, so that worked well. So now what we can do instead of handle bill submit, we'll just change to handle submit, and we can pass in, we can basically reuse this function for several different, like setting the bill, setting the tip, and setting the number of people. So basically we're reusing it, and it's gonna be much more useful to us. So we have our first form where we set the bill. The next one we want to do is our tip. So we'll say select tip percentage. And we want to say, how should we do this? It's gonna probably can't use it for this one. We can use it for the for number of people though. We can definitely use it for that. We'll say number of people. We'll just skip over that one real quick. We'll say set people, and whatever the number of people is going to set it to the number of people. So that one we're good. The tip is going to be a little bit different. So for the tip, what we want to actually do is create 3 buttons. So I'm going to create another component. I'm going to say tip button, rather than creating like 4 of the same button. I'm just going to go ahead and create a button. Actually, I'm going to use the material UI buttons because I want to use the SX prop. We're going to say it's going to take in tip. And then it's going to return a typography element with the tip and a percentage. And it's probably also going to take in a set tip. Let's say tip, set tip. Save that. And then on click, it's going to set tip, right? Cool, there we go. And then for the tip calculator, sorry, we're gonna take in a tip button. Tip button, and actually what we're gonna do, we're gonna have const tip amounts. It's going to be an array, so we'll say 10, 15, and 25 for now. You can change this again, customize it to whatever you want. And we'll say tip amounts, amounts dot map. We're just going to go ahead and return a tip button. And the key is going to be tip. And we'll pass in whatever else comes with the tip, which is really just a number. Okay, tip equals tip. And then the on click? Set tip, sorry. Set tip is going to be set tip. Cool, and that should be good. Actually, it's not. Yeah, that's going to be set tip. So on click is going to set the tip to be whatever that number is, and then we want to handle submit. We want to handle tip. Handle tip. I'm just going to pass in. On click, we just want to call handle tip. And we haven't made it yet, so it's going to give us an error, but we'll create it. We'll say handle tip. And what that is going to do, because that's going to set the tip. How do we want? I feel like this should have like a calculate button somewhere. or maybe it's when you select the tip that it does the calculation. We kind of play around with the logic here. But handle tip, what it's going to do is going to take, this is our like major, we'll call this actually calculate tip. Oops. Yeah, calculate tip. And we're going to say it's going to take the, bill. It's going to take the bill and then multiply the bill by the tip divided by 100. Const tip amount. And then the total per person. Oh, tip amount per person. Sorry, so the bill multiplied by the tip divided by 100, which is going to be like the percentage. Then all of that is then divided by the number of people. So tip per person. And then const, this actually, I might have to just set these up higher. Tip per person, and that's going to be the bill per person. And that's going to be bill divided by people plus the tip per person. All right? And that should be it. Yeah, I think that's it. So really, does calculate tip need to do anything? Oh no. Let's see. If I move these out of here, and then I create another box here, and then I create a second box. It's going to be that right-hand side. We say tip amount, it's going to be tip per person, and then we'll do total, bill per person. Try that. Okay, and it's going to give us not a number, not a number. I could also do it as a setter. We could say const tip per person, set tip per person, use state, 0, const bill per person, set bill per person, use state, 0, and then move these back in here, and then we'll say set tip per person to be this. I'll say set bill per person to be that. Let's see if that works. Okay, not bad. Logic-wise, design-wise, not great. So we put the bill in as 100. We put the number of people as 5, and then we select the tip, 25%. Okay, so that's not changing it. I'll say console.log bill per person, tip per person. Just want to make sure everything is actually being targeted. Okay, so now something is missing. Oh, you know what? It might be. Let me change the style so we can see this. I think that's what's causing. Yeah. So, okay. So we'll say 100. I'll say 5 people, 25% tip. On click, something should happen. So let's see where we're missing it. Tip button, set tip, tip button, set tip to be tip, console.log tip. Okay, that's working. Set tip, set tip. Bill, so what, let's sort of bill, tip, and people. Bill, tip, people. Save that, and we'll see if they get set. So we'll say 100, 5, and 25. Okay, so when I hit 25, the tip was set. Oh, you know what it is? I should do it on change. That's the difference. So it's not on submit, it's on change. Oh, I wonder if that's gonna work. So if I refresh at 100, let's console.log event, get rid of all these console logs. On submit e.target 0.value. Undefined reading value. Oh, it's probably mad about this. If I take this out and I do the same thing here. See if that works. Cannot read properties of undefined reading value on 19. But that's interesting because it's showing up e.target. Oh, it's just e.target.value. Say 100. Oh, let's try it again. 100. Let me say the console log. 199. e.target.value. Oh, okay. So we don't need that 0 anymore. I was reading the wrong console log. 100. e.target.value. Okay, which is what we're used to. All right, so we'll do that. So e.target.value. And that should work. So then on change, or maybe it should just change. Yeah, maybe it should just calculate tip every time. I think that might be better actually. So we'll say calculate tip. Right, because it doesn't take anything. I wonder if it's gonna screw it up though. Say 100. Oh yeah, it's gonna give us not a number. All right, so yeah, that's gonna screw it up. Yeah, so let's leave it as it is. So we'll say, I think I want to put a calculate button though. So we'll say 100, 25, 23, 25. Still not calculating. Let's undo these. say 100. All right. Let's say 25. Cool. 25, 15, 100. All right, cool. So we're getting 25 through 28. So these three are set. But then it's not setting. Oh, it's on submit. That's the issue. Okay. So it can't be on submit. It's got to be set tip and calculate tip. Cool. So then 100, 199, 22 people. Okay, so now we get the total. Why don't we get the tip amount? Probably just did something wrong in the calculation. Oh, sorry, no, that's a tip per person. I'm seeing there. We're not getting the bill per person. Bill divided by the people. Oops. Plus the tip per person. Ah, but if the tip per person, no, the tip per person should be. What if I do this? What if that'll give it to me? 100, 12, 25. Interesting, we're still not getting the tip amount. We're setting the tip per person. Okay, what if I set the tip per person? We're not getting the bill amount. So what if I set bill per person to 5? Just arbitrarily set it to 5. I want to see if it's the set, like where the issue is. Interesting. Okay, bill per person is being set. It's tip per person. All right, we can get rid of these three. We know they're working. We can actually wrap these in an object so that it gives it a title. All right, we'll say 100, 20, oops, 22, 25%. Okay, now we're getting it. I don't know what was going on there, but we're getting it now. All right, cool. So we're getting the right numbers. We're good to go. I think what we want to do with these, we want to say tip per person dot, what is it to fixed, is it? I think that's what we want to do. Yeah, so it's just to a decimal place. To fixed, to decimal place, and then we'll throw in a $sign in the front of that there. Good. All right, so yeah, if we had $100 bill, $100 4 people, and we had a 10% tip. Oh, okay. It's waiting for the enter to be hit for us to actually, that's the difference. All right, all right. Maybe I'll wrap the whole thing in a singular form. That might make the most sense. We'll have a button. So button. Let's say on submit. Calculate tip. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better than the system we have right now. All right, so go 12, 10, 1. Okay. I think we just need to do a event.prevent default. But other than that, that looks pretty good. Let's try it again. Do 100, 10% tip, 2 people. Awesome. That seems to be working. So the logic on that one is good. So we can get rid of all these console logs, and now we can just focus on the styling. And we managed to do it all in one component. Not too bad. All right, so for the styles now, let's close this out. Let's take a look at the design again. I think actually what I might do here is grab this color. See what color that is. Okay. That's going to be the background color of the page. That is a background color? All right, it just looks a lot darker. It looks a lot more prominent. There, and then I'm not getting a background color on this box at all. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Okay, well that background color is showing up. Oh, you know what it is? It's because it's in quotes. That's what it is. There we go. I was like, that doesn't look right. All right, cool. So we have that. Let's look at the padding. 45-ish. 2 rem. Let's say 2 rem. Save that. We'll say display flex. Good. And then let's style this. So we have that as the background color. We'll say border none. Border transparent. Border 0 pixels. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Or we could do 0 pixel solid white. Or maybe 1 pixel solid white. Oh, weird. It's not even targeting. All right, I'll just leave that alone. I think we probably want to set the size of the box. So we'll say height, 30 view height, maybe 40 view height. Good. And then with this, we'll say, oops, display flex. We'll say flex direction column. And we'll say justify content will be space between. Oh, I'm silly. I need to set that on the form. I'm wondering why nothing's taking effect. That's why. All right, so we have that there. Wrap this in a box. Good. And actually, we don't really need this first box. Oh, weird. Okay. Good. And we'll say for the second box, gonna be this. Interesting. Not sure why that's not setting. Oh, there we go. Okay, just needed to refresh. Color for this, white. And then the color for that is going to be this. Oops. And the size is going to be 48. Or is it through? Yeah, there. Font weight. Let's try 800. Borrow that for this. Good. Let's give it some padding. Good. And border radius. Good. And then cool. Pretty good. What else do we need? I think we could do a little styling with the buttons. Oh, and then we also want a reset button, which is the last piece of functionality we could add. We'll say button. Okay. Good. Good. Spread that out a little bit. And then when we click reset, we want it to, we want everything to go back to 0. So on click, reset, and we'll create a function, const reset. I'm just going to go ahead and set everything. Set bill, 0, set tip, 0, set people, 0, oops, 0, set bill per person, 0, set tip per person, 0. And that's what reset's gonna do. It's gonna reset everything. Oh, and then we have these buttons, which are gonna be that's gonna be the background color. We'll say padding. We'll say display flex, space between. Oh, not flex direction, justify content, space between. And then flex. 3, good. And then background color will be this. Okay. Okay. Good, 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 good. And actually one more thing I could do to even be more specific, I could say tip, set tip, selected tip is gonna be, oh, that's so confusing. I'm just here making things confusing. All right, selected tip is gonna be tip. Let's say selected tip. We'll say selected tip equals tip. If yes, you do this color. If no, do that color. Selected tip equals tip. If yes, do this color. If no, do that color. All right, so then if I go here, perfect. That's what I want to see. Perfect. Awesome, awesome, awesome. What else can we do here? Let's go ahead and good, okay. And then, oh, we also grabbed the logo, so we can probably put that in here. We'll say image from next image. Okay, there it is. Height is 56. That's 86. Cool. No, didn't that work? All right, so we'll do. Perfect. Good. Oh, and we should probably do something with that calculate button as well. Probably should have just made one button. Actually, no, I'm going to do the opposite colors. Probably white. Yeah, that looks better. Cool. I think that's pretty much it. We can say if the bill is $200, the tip is 25%, and we're splitting it between 4 people, and we calculate. The tip's amount is going to be $12.50 per person. Total is going to be 26 or $62.50, sorry, which makes sense because it's going to be $50 per person plus the tip amount. We can just drop in something like, I'm noticing it doesn't say per person, so we can say drop in something like per person, and use, oh, we can they just did slash person. You can do slash person. Awesome. And then if we hit reset, it resets all of it. And I guess on click, I'm wondering if I can set the values there as well. On change value equals people. $200, 25%. Okay, yeah, that's what we want to do. So we'll say value equals people, and we'll say, oops, value equals bill, and then we'll say set selected tip. Oh no, selected tip will be 0. So bill 100, tip 10%, number of people 4, calculate, and then reset. Perfect. All right, awesome. So I think we're pretty much set here. It looks pretty good to me. All right, so yeah, what we're going to be building is just this really sort of straightforward coffee subscription website. So kind of like if you've ever gone through like a HelloFresh type of website or something like that, it's a similar vibe. So basically, you're going to be able to create a plan, go through your preferences about how you like to drink your coffee, etc., and then it'll basically create a plan for you to check out with and then purchase a coffee subscription. So that's what we're going to be working on. We're going to be focusing on the logic mostly, and then we'll throw in the design at the end. So let's get started. If you do want to follow along, this is a challenge from Front End Mentor as usual. It's one of their premium challenges, so you do need to have a subscription to them in order to use it. But yeah, you can follow along and sort of apply the same sort of styles and stuff like that. Maybe just use a different product. And then if you want to access the starter kit, I'll link that down below as well. So yeah, hopping into it. First things first, I'm just going to clean out the styles that we have here, default styles. And yeah, let's hop onto the first page. So first page, I'm also going to change the style here to a light theme because this is a light themed website. I notice it does make a difference in terms of the material UI components. So yeah, on the page, I mean, we have this sort of like header and stuff like that, but really what I want us to focus on is this accordion sort of selection section here that ultimately leads us to this modal with the information. So I really want us to kind of hone in on that. So in order for that to work successfully, what we need to do is start with sort of this accordion format. And I think the best thing might be for us to quickly whip up some data and go from there. So I think what I'm going to do, and I'm going to show you guys today how we're going to make that data.json. So I'm going to create an array with objects, and we're going to say first object is going to be preferences. Actually, yeah, I'm going to do we'll go capsule filter espresso. And I'm just going to do the sort of basic data so we can get started, and then we can always spruce it up at the end. Okay, so preferences, I'm going to say bean. It's going to be single origin, decaf, or blended. I'm actually just going to type this correctly just to make our lives a little bit easier. Quantity. Grind option. Whole bean. Filter cafeteria. And then the last one, deliveries. Every week, every 2 weeks, every month. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have the basic data that we're going to work with. We can add in the description and things like that later. But in terms of building out the sort of accordion and the logic there, we've got what we need. All right, so let me hop into the app now, and we're going to go ahead and open up the home page. I want to make this section on its own, and then I want to pass it to the order summary. I think that's probably the best idea. So I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to call it, what shall we call it? Let's call it Coffee Quiz. All right. And basically we're just gonna use a series of drop downs and selects in order to get this essentially. So yeah, I think we can use an accordion component from Material UI as we've used in our previous, some of our previous tutorials. Yeah, that should be fine. We should be able to use that. So I think what I'll do is I'll borrow this code. We'll start with that. Cool. We'll start with that, and I'll import it in here. Coffee Quiz. All right. Oh, and I do not have the icons. We'll skip the icon. Okay, cool. So we have our initial Click, opens and closes. Awesome. Looks great. What we want to do now, okay, so that's the summary. So yeah, for each accordion, what we want to do is we really only need one accordion. Yeah, we only need one accordion. And what's going to happen is in the accordion details, we'll have 3 buttons. And those buttons will get passed the details of, or the information, the title essentially from the data. And then once you select one, we'll pass that data up to wherever we're holding our larger data. So I'm going to say new file, quiz button. And then I'm going to say box. I'm going to say, this is before they're selected. They look like this. Fill is this. We're going to be passing in the value string and selected value string. And basically, value and selected value. If value equals selected value, then we want it to be this color instead. Oops. Else we want it to be that color. And so we'll do that with that, and then the text. So it's going to be this if it's regular, and we'll say color. Oops. Oops. Okay. Value equals selected value. If yes, we want it to be this. We want it to be white. If no, we want it to be that like dark blue. Okay, cool. So we have that. And then we'll add in some padding. As I said, we can add in the like information sort of stuff after, but for now we're just trying to get it, the basics work, the basics showing up. Okay, cool. So quiz button, and then I think in the data.json, we're going to have preferences and we're going to have question. And the question is going to be these questions. Oops. Copy. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. No, yeah. Okay, we'll say, yeah, no, it has to be better than that. So what I did with the data, I didn't actually do it very well. I think I should do section is preferences, options are these, and then the question is that. All right, so then, yeah, each one will have consistency. Oops. And that's going to be way better and way easier for us to work with. Yeah, I think that's a better bet there. We'll say question. preferences bean. Quantity. Options. Question. Okay, cool. So now, yeah, I have a little bit more structure there. So for the coffee quiz, we're going to import data from data.json, cool. And then we want to take data and we want to map through it. So we're going to say data.map. And actually, no, I want an accordion for each. So that's going to go inside too. And then we're going to return. Good, okay. So for each question, for each item, we'll say key equals item.section. That's going to be unique. And then we'll say for accordion, whatever that title that was going to be, it's going to be item.question. And then in the details now, we want to say item.options.map, because options is an array. For each option, we want to go ahead and return a quiz button, with the key being the option. Can the key just be the option? Yeah, the key could just be the option. Oh, and we need the value equals option. And then the selected value, now that is going to come when we select. We select the value. Select the value is going to come. All right, so what we're going to do, how should we do that? How should we do that? Because there's going to have to be some way for us to map. Maybe I'll take, no. Item.options.map. Let's just say const selected value, set selected value. Say, let's say, turn this into a client component. that, and we'll say selected value equals selected value. And we'll figure that out as we go through it. Okay, so awesome. Right now we have, how do you drink your coffee? We should actually use the value. Okay. How do you drink your coffee? Capsule, filter, espresso. So far so good. It's working. What we want to do now is display these in a little bit more of an interesting manner. So we'll say display flex. Awesome. And then we'll say justify content, space between. Awesome. What else can we do here? We can set the border radius. Let's say border radius 0.5 rem. Awesome. And then I think what I want to do on my page is actually drop a container. Medium. Save that. Awesome. So we just have this section to kind of think about. Cool. And then how do I want to set it to be selected? Selected value equals set selected value. We'll say set selected. Okay. Awesome. Okay, less awesome. But not too bad. Okay. All right, we'll work with that for now. I think the important thing, well, the thing that we want to figure out next, we'll actually figure out this problem. So the thing that we need to figure out next is how do we get it to our summary page. Right, because we have all of this, and then there's like this order summary component, right? So I drink my coffee is this, with that, with that. So I think what we're gonna have to do is set the option based on the section. I think that's probably what's going to have to happen. So summary is going to have to take in some props. It's either that we set the entire order. Ooh, that could work if we set the entire order to. So what I'm thinking is if we pass in the section equals section, and then the buttons, section is a string, and section, why is this giving me an error? Oh, item.section, sorry. And then on click, we set the selected value to be value, whatever the value bracket section order, order dot section value. Something like that. That's what I'm thinking. We just modify the order. So we say const order set order use state. It's an object, and it's going to have a few properties. So it's going to have, let's look at our data, preferences being quantity, grind, and deliveries, right? So preferences being quantity, grind, and deliveries. All right, so that's going to be the order. Preferences being quantity, grind, and deliveries. And if we pass in the order as well, we're passing in a lot of stuff. If we pass in the order, I think we can get rid of some of this stuff actually once we figured it out. Order is of this type. And then order why is this mad? Order property of preferences. Oh, would help if I finish typing. Set selected value, or really it would be set order. Really what we want to do is just modify order. On click order equals order brackets section equals value equals value. Const handle click so on click, what we want to happen is we'll take order section any type element explicitly has any type. I do want it to have any type. Let's look this up. We'll say object assign. Could do that. Okay, so that should work. What about this? Okay, that caused an error. Is that you have to put it in quotes? Yes, that's what it is. Okay. Property section. Okay, so it's a data issue again. What if we say any? We really don't need set order either. We could just say order equals an object. That's also what we could do. Oh, that's where it is. I was like, where's the any coming from? Or the lack of, like, why is any not working? Because I have typed it in the other place as well. Right. Take off this. Good. Okay. Handle click order section equals value. I wonder if it needs to be like this. I think it does. I think this will work. All right, so now if I console.log order, let's inspect and see what happens. All right, so right now it's undefined. Okay. Which makes sense because it's literally nothing. Should probably start off as an object. Okay, cool. Start off as an object. Then we say capsule. Single origin. Oh, maybe I should put that in here. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so that's exactly what I want to happen. It's basically defining the, yeah, that's exactly what I want to happen. It's defining what the, yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So yeah, we just basically assigned different values to different properties of the object based on what's clicked. And so now we have this object with all of our options. We can just use that for our actual order, which is, that's exactly what I want to happen. All right, so yeah, the thing I want to do now actually is we have the coffee quiz. I could either prop drill, I could use state. I think I don't really need to like install Zest and do all this stuff. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hoist the order to the main page. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to say use client. I'm going to import use state. I'm going to pass in order equals order. And honestly, it doesn't need to be all of this. It can just be this. And then this is going to take in order. Oops. Okay, and order is going to pass all the way through. Perfect. So it should still do the same thing. We'll double check, make sure we didn't completely break it. Capsule filter, awesome, perfect. So that's working as expected. Let's move forward. So we now want to pass this information to our summary, and that's why I put it here, because I want to actually put the summary here on the main page. So we're going to import our summary. And our summary is basically going to be this section right here. And we can use this section, we can do the modal, doesn't really matter. But basically, and I guess we could pass this to the modal when we click create my plan. But basically what it is, just this box. So we'll start with this background color. So we'll say, it has some padding. And then it has title. And then it has this sentence. So this is going to be where we pass in all of those properties. Type of bean. Cool. All right, so then we're going to pass in the order, and it's going to take in order. Why am I typing it if I'm going to use any? We could type it properly later. And so order is going to be order dot filter, order dot preferences dot bean, order dot quantity, grind, and deliveries, order dot quantity, order dot grind, order dot deliveries. Okay, and we're going to pass in order. Now the one thing that's going to screw this up is if the data, the titles are not correct. So what I want to do is I want to, in the button, section.to lowercase. So that when they pass through, they're going to be lowercase. So then we have our summary order, and that should show up there. Awesome. And then we need to set the colors for the summary. I also did not need any of these dollar signs. Color. Good. Set that. Good. Okay. And then we'll say and then what size is this? 24. Save that. Okay, cool. And then we only want to display this order dot preferences if we have something to summarize. Otherwise, we don't want it to display anything. Okay, cool. So let's take our coffee quiz. So if I drink my coffee in a capsule, let me refresh. Do my coffee in a capsule. Oh, it's not working. Single origin. Oh, no. All right. Let's see if it's an issue of this or if it's an issue of something else. Oh, it seems like this page actually just keeps running. Oh, okay, it's just not. Oh, that's my own fault. Oh, but it's not updating. Interesting. Okay. So that's probably why I was thinking set order. How should we handle this? Because it's updating, it's just, or it's setting itself, it's just not updating. What if we just did the modal? I know I'm playing around with the design at this point, but what if we just did the modal? Rather than just that like summary at the bottom? If we did this instead. I think this is what we're gonna do. Let's do this. Then we'll say set show modal. We're gonna go show modal. Set show modal. Props. Open is gonna be show modal. On close, set show modal to false. Okay, so that's gonna be the modal. I'm gonna borrow this summary stuff in a second. I'm gonna say order, order summary modal, and then I'm gonna say const show modal, set show modal, use state. False to start, and then we're going to pass in set show modal to the coffee quiz because it's going to be that that create my plan. And we also need to pass it here so we can close it. We also need to pass show modal. Okay, cool. In the coffee quiz, we'll take in set show modal. Cool. And then we'll add the button down here. And it will be, what does it say? Create my plan. So we'll add a button here. We'll say button. Create my plan. And then we'll say on click. On click will, on click will set the order Order will already be good. We'll just say set show modal to true, and that should be all we have to do actually. I'm gonna steal this and put that in here. I don't know why this has that there. We're gonna pass it style, or sorry, pass it order as well, because we do need that. Need to know what we're talking about. Okay. There we go. And yeah, that should work. That should work. I think it should work. All right, so nice. Okay, so it shows up. Capsule, single origin, 250 grams, whole bean, every week. No, it still doesn't update. Okay. What I think we might have to do is actually use the use state. So we'll say order, set order, use state. And then set modal to true, set order to be order. So I'm passing in order. I didn't pass set order, so we should pass set order. I'm wondering if I'm going to cause a circular dependency here, or just like an infinite set of refreshing. That'll break everything. Let's find out. Okay, so let's try it now. I really don't have to go through all of them, but... Ah, there we go. It works, and it doesn't seem to be endlessly refreshing. Let's check the network tab. No? All right, cool. So I think we did it correctly. I think we're good to go. Let's style it up a little bit and make it look like a thing. All right, so... The other thing I want to check is selected value. How do I get selected value? Yeah, because we're not getting that little green on the button, which would be nice. Yeah, we're not even setting the selected value. On click, handle click, order dot section equals value. Order if order dot section if order dot equals value, set selected value. That's not quite what I want to do. It has to be more local than that. So const selected value equals order dot section. Right? Let that import. Order dot section. If value equals selected value, I don't know if it's going to work. It might need to be set. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. do. Okay, let's forget about this for now. Let's go back to our modal and style that up. So for the modal, we want to have this order summary box. So we want two sections. The ultimate background color will be that, but then in this upper section, it's going to be this, and then the title is going to be order summary. Cool. And okay. Cool. So I say create my plan. Awesome. The box within the modal will say max width 30, no, let's say 50 view width, max height 50 view height. So that way it doesn't take up the whole page. And then we want to say display flex, justify content center, and align items also to the center. Okay, awesome, looking good. And then order summary, we want text to be this color. It's actually that, except for these spans. Which the color is going to be this green. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I say capsule, single origin, 250 gram, whole bean, every week, create my plan. Awesome. So it works. Needs a little bit of styling, but it works. Cool. So let's give it some margin. 56. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Okay, we'll say margin 3 rem. Say margin 3 rem. Not on padding. I think it's only applicable for the French cafeteria. Sent to me every week, and then when you click off, it closes. Fantastic. That works really well. Number. Should be type string. Where is it getting type number from? Okay, weird. Try that. Ooh, we get an error now. Okay, that's better. Setting preferences. For undefined. Okay, so what if I started off as an object? If that doesn't work, I'll just leave it alone. Okay. We got one. Can I create property bean? Bean. String caps. Oh, okay. So then let me. Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Interesting that it wouldn't just. I'm probably doing something wrong here. But it's half working. Yeah, that makes sense. Go back to object.assign. Target, source, target. Let's say object.assign. So say const use selections assign value. Oh no, that doesn't work at all. All right, there's definitely a way to do this. I might have to do a follow-up for that. Let's add in a couple of styles for now and finish this up. All right, so now that we have that section complete, let's see how we can finish up these styles. So we have this upper section here. We have another section up here. Let's see if we can add these in real quick and just make it a bit more of a finished piece. So I'm going to close out these. I'm going to go back to my main page. And I'm going to say, actually, sorry, one thing I'm going to do with the quiz, with the accordion. Actually, we'll leave that alone for now. What I would set, I'll give some styles to, is this button. We'll say this color. Say font weight. And then say I'll give it good. And then we'll say good. Good. Okay. Cool. Much better. All right, on the main page now, let's drop in an image here. And the source is going to be somewhere in this publics folder. Plan, order summary, modal top, steps. Ah, here it is. Copy relative path. Oops. Take away that. I will say alt is coffee cup. I will say height 100, width 100, style. Height is 100%. Width is also 100%. Okay, that's pretty small. Oh, it's a pretty small image. I guess that's just a not a great quality image. Interesting. Okay. Nothing you can do about that. And actually, what I probably should do, I'd probably make it a background. Yeah, I should probably make it a background image on here. That'll work a little bit better because we're gonna have to have some text on top of it. So we'll say typography, and it's gonna be this bit here, create a plan. 72, create a plan. Cool. And then we'll have a second typography element. It's going to be down here. Copy that. Get rid of these. Good. Say color. Good. We'll give it some padding. Perfect. Okay, I don't like that as much. Let's get rid of that. Okay, cool. Decent. Not too bad, not too bad. Say border radius. Cool. I think that's what's also missing from the accordion. The edges are too sharp. Yeah. Okay, so we have that. Margin. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is more of just like a component that you can use to add to whatever site you want to do. You could also do something like having these be on separate pages, so that you can really just build out each, like it's like a one page, then you click and it brings up the next page. That would actually be better in terms of setting the selected item, because like for instance, one thing we could do in order to get the selected item is on click, we set selected value to be value, right? So that's one way we could just force the green, right? But it's only going to work while that is green, right? So, but if we had it on separate pages, then it would work for every single option. So that's just something to think about as you expand on this. But I don't want this to go on too long. You've seen me build a bunch of landing pages before, so the rest is pretty self-explanatory. So as you can see, we're looking to build this chat app. And it's going to be mostly a design-based challenge because the only assets that we've been given for this project are the images of the dog and the images of the user. So we're going to have to build all of these elements for ourselves. So let's hop into it. So I've gone ahead and gotten our app up and running. If you do want to access the starter code for that, that's going to be here on GitHub. And then if you do want to access the design, that's going to be on Frontend Mentor. It's one of their free designs, so definitely take advantage if you do want to use that. But so yeah, this is just our startup app up and running, ready to go. I've dropped in the 4 images that we get from them in the public folder, and other than that, we're good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and just clear out all the styles to start with. We're going to start completely fresh. And I'm going to go to my page folder here. So looking at my design, I think I'm going to have 1 or 2 reusable components, but because there's so much styling taking place, I really want to separate my concerns here. So I think I'm going to be making some sort of like text, like message, yeah, there'll be a message element. And then there'll be, I guess, like a payment element. And those are probably our main reusable. And then there's the actual phone itself. So let's go ahead and start creating some components. So I'll say components, new file, we'll say phone. And we'll start with the outer, the larger phone here. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this phone element in here and save that. And then what else do we need to do here? Then we also need these 2 background elements here. And so what these look like, they look like basically just divs with some sort of a linear gradient application, like background color. So I think we could probably drop those in the back. In the background is like 2 separate elements there. But yeah, let's get started with the phone first and foremost. So I think what we want to do is we want to create an element. Let's style the phone element. Start with start with a box. And then we'll say box shadow. And let's look up the documentation for that. Let's look up box shadow. Oops. Shadow. Actually, let's look it up on MD. Let's say box shadow. And 5 pixels, 5 pixels. Cool. All right, so let's do 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, gray. Let's see if that takes. Okay, cool. So we have an initial box. Not too bad. We also want to position it on our page. It looks like these 2 split the center of the page. So I'll go ahead and make a new file. Or I can actually just make a second box here because it's not really that much information. I'm going to say display flex. And yeah, that'll just separate those there. And then what else do we want to do with this box? I think actually I might make this box a container. Oops, container. And give it a max width. Medium. Okay, cool. And then I think I'm actually going to end up wrapping this whole thing in another box and use that container just for these middle elements. Yeah, and then I'll say the height. Looks pretty good. And then we'll say align items also in the center. We'll save that. And we'll say the height for this now is going to be 100 view height. We'll say body HTML. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll try. I'll say overflow Y hidden. Okay, cool. That worked. So yeah, we have our initial sort of positioning of where we want the phone. I think it could even come in a little bit more. Maybe we should try a small container. But as I said, this is a primarily design-based challenge, so we do want to kind of take our time with it and make sure that we do a good job. So we have that. Let's get started on the actual shape. So size-wise, height, I'm going to give it about 50 or 60 view height. In terms of the width, probably about 20 view width, give or take, for the phone itself. So put that in. We'll say height, 60 view height, width, about 20 view width. And there are other ways you can do this. You could style it based on actual pixels. It kind of depends on your design and what works best for you, and if you want it to be responsive and all these important things. Okay, definitely could be, view width. There we go. Okay, that's like a decent outline. It could probably be a little bit bigger, a little bit wider, but I think we're good to start with that. And then what I'm going to do with the borders, let's take a look at the corner radius. It's mixed. Not sure what that means. Go ahead and just give it a value. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I'm just observing the design. So we have this white background here. So I'll make sure and give it a background. We'll say background color is going to be white. We'll save that. So for sure that's the background color there. And then we'll say border radius. We'll say that looks pretty good. Again, I didn't actually fix the box shadow. We'll say box shadow is, what is it? Color, length. Offset X, offset Y, and then the spread and the blur. Okay, so I think we can increase the spread and the blur. Yeah, that looks... Oops. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. All right, so we'll go with that for now. Next thing we want to do is create this inner box. So we want to grab that background color here. It's going to be this. So within that box, let's create a second box. Good. And then we'll say height, width, and border radius are the same. We're going to make it a little bit smaller, so I'm going to make it 58, and I'm going to make it 18. See if that works. Okay, not bad. And then what we're going to say for this box, we're going to make it a flex box. We'll say justify content center. We'll say align items center. We'll save that. Okay, not bad. Maybe what I'll do instead is give this some padding of 1 rem. And then just make the height 100%. Make the width 100%. Yeah, that looks a little bit better to my eyes. A little bit closer, you know? So we'll do that. And I don't think it needs 1 whole rem. I think 0.5 should be all right. Cool, not too bad. Next thing we want to do here, oh, we could actually just measure it. Yeah, it's about 0.5. Next thing we want to do here, so we have a couple of different elements. We have this like cutout piece at the top here. We have these different messages. We have the bottom section there. Kind of a couple different things we could tackle So if we take a look at the cutout piece, if we start there, this will be a good little challenge. So let's start there. Let's say, I guess it's 2 pieces we need, not just the cutout, but we need this so we can actually see the cutout. So let's make this, then we'll make the cutout. So it's a box again, and it has a linear gradient. Okay, we'll say background color, linear gradient, and then it's going to be this one and this one. Let's save that. And then height, width, 100%. Oops, height, 10. All right. Cool. Not seeing it. I think background color maybe needs some work. Let's look at linear gradient. Linear gradient. Maybe this would be background. Width. All right, let's say backgroround red. Okay, there it is. So it is a color issue. Let's see, 100%, yeah. Border radius. Okay. And so then, yeah, let's say, so it should be linear gradient, blue, red. Okay, so maybe it's just the colors. Let's try those colors again. Let's grab this. Let's grab that. Okay, not sure why I was working. And then we'll add in a turn. And it's not quite 0.25, it's like 0.125. Except the reverse with the colors. So move this 1 second. Okay, that looks not too bad. Looks pretty decent. So I think we're gonna go with that as our background color for that piece. So that's good. The next piece we need, as I mentioned, is this cutout. And actually, do we want the border radius to be? I think the border radius might be 2 rem on the top, right, and then 1 rem on the bottom. And yeah, it's a little bit more like that. So yeah, then for this cutout, we need a white box. So we'll make another box, I think. And I don't know why I keep making, oh, well, I guess they have to go within one another. So I'll say background color, save that. And then we'll say width, oops. Height. Okay, maybe not quite 50, maybe another 30%. Cool. And actually width could probably be big. Width could be like 60%. Border radius, top 0, 2 rem, 2 rem. Okay. And then we just want a center position. So we'll say, or center in the top. We'll say display flex. We'll say justify content center. Awesome, cool. So we have our little cutout now. Good to go. Next piece we need is this sort of like section here. So we have this little arrow. We have Samuel Green available to walk. I wonder if they gave us any of those. They did not. All right. Let's see how much of that we can do. So let's import the image. So we'll say image from next image, and the source is going to be the avatar. So we'll copy relative path. We'll say alt equals avatar, and then we'll say we'll try and give it an accurate height and width based on this 24 by 24. We'll say height 24, width, and this is because the component actually requires you to give it a height and a width property, otherwise it's going to give you an error. And then, all right, so there it is. Little guy right there. And actually, sorry, that was my bad. I did not want to put it in this box. I actually should put it outside of the box. I should probably make this box a self-closing box because nothing happens within it. Okay, cool. That looks good. Let's say display flex. I think flex direction is going to have to be column. And then we'll say align items to the center. Okay, good. And then, yeah, so now for this, I'm going to wrap this lower section in a box and say for this box, it's going to be some amount of margin. Margin top and bottom. And then we need, oh yeah, for the image itself, we're going to need a border. So border, 1 pixel solid white. And then we'll say border radius 10 rem. Oh, 50 rem. Okay. Cool. And now we have a circle. Next, we need Samuel Green available to walk. So we'll add in a typography element, but I'm going to make another box, just making a lot of boxes here. We might end up splitting up some of these into other components just so this page doesn't get too crowded. We'll say typography element, which will import. Cool. And we'll say Samuel Green. Then in a second typography element, we're going to say available to walk. And Samuel Green is going to be white, but available to walk is going to be this in terms of the background color. Good. And then size, this is going to actually be font size. Okay, good. And then this one is 11. Oh, jeez. 11 pixels. Okay, cool. Then we need to make this a flex box as well. Looks good. So give it some margin right. Good. And then we need these 3 dots. Say justify content. Oh, not for there. Sorry. We'll say justify content space between. And then we'll say width 100%. Okay. Oh, and you know what? I think, did I put that in the wrong box? I want space between. Or no, I do, but I want to wrap this in another box. I'm going to do those 3 dots. Oh no, okay. No, justify. Flex start, but it should be doing that. We'll say that's default. So we'll say width of 50%. Okay, cool. We'll leave that for now. I wonder if we can get the little dots. So the dots are basically just, just a div with ground color of white. Okay, yeah, so it's just basically 3 of those, sorry. So 1, 2, 3 in a box of their own. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make another component, actually. I'm going to call it white dot. That way, I can just take one of these, put it here, and just put white dot. And then when I change the style on them, I can just change the style on one of them. So we'll do 3. Then I'll say margin, whoops, margin. Okay. Good. And then for this, we'll say, yeah, justify content, center. Cool. And then we'll say align self. Let's see if that works. Flex end. Or justify self. Flex end. No, okay. So for this one, I want it to be on the other side to the image and that. So if I wrap these together again, if I do this and say display flex, same as before, and I say justify content, space between. Awesome. Got our buttons, got our top section. So that's looking good. Let's move on to the next piece down here. And to be honest, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because this is like 100 lines of code already, I think I'm going to make a new file. And I'm going to say phone header, like header.tsx. And I'm going to take all of this from the linear gradient, go down. Oops. Gotta put it in header. We'll say okay. Looking pretty good. Next piece now. Let's work on, oh yeah, we have the messages. Sorry. So what I'm thinking is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 messages have a pretty similar style in terms of the font is the same size, the shape is generally the same size, and they just are like a flip of one another, and the colors are different. And of course the text is different. So I think I want to create like a base message component and then modify it from there. So I'm going to say new file, message.tsx. We'll start with that. And so let's just mock up this first one. So we'll say, oops, with a typography element. Okay. I should also drop it on the phone so we can see it. All right, so first of all, the text is going to be size 8. Cool. And then and also the text is the color is gonna change depending on what color we pass in. So I'm gonna create some prompts here. Let's say text color. We'll say background color. String. We'll say text string, and we'll say alignment. String. I'm taking all those text color, background color, alignment. Cool. And now we're gonna get an error. So we'll say text is this. Excuse me. Text color will be text. Oops. Text color. Background color will be background color. Color. And alignment. Ooh, alignment. That's going to be different. Figure that out in a sec. We'll say text. We'll say text color is going to be this. We'll say background color is going to be this. And then alignment is going to be left. Okay, cool. So that looks good so far. Let's finish up the styling. So we'll say border radius. Now this is where it gets a little bit tricky. So I think we have our little 2-rem thing going on top here, and then the bottom is something different. So we'll say and then I'm gonna say max width is gonna be 60 view width, or 60%. Okay. I'm gonna add some padding in there. We'll add some margin. Okay, not looking too bad. I think 60% might be a bit much. Let's do 50%. Okay, not bad. And then we'll say oh no, wait, that's not what I want. Sorry. So aligned, text align. Although no, I want text alignment to be left. I think it's just the way it's wrapping right now. I think that's it. Okay, so we have that. Then maybe the ratios are a little bit off, but let's keep going. So we have the first message. Let's create a second message. Should be pretty straightforward. Cool. I feel like maybe it needs more padding. Maybe that's what it is. Looks a bit better. And maybe this bottom needs to actually be like 0.5 rem. Yeah, that's what that should be. So on the header as well, that should be 0.5 rem. Oops. This is that like sharp corner design. Yeah, that's, I think, a little bit closer, yeah, to what they wanted there. Cool. And I didn't even realize there's a little bit of a box shadow. Very slight box shadow down there. Very, very slight. All right, so next, and then we'll have one more message. Okay, cool. But we're gonna put some stuff in between that. These are all left aligned. If I want them to be right aligned, let's see something, let's say align self, flex, end. Okay, I think we have the header. Say display flex. And let me say flex direction column. Okay, good. Okay, it does something. Let's inspect this. What's going on here? Okay. Or, ooh, what if I say right 0? Okay, no, that's not gonna work. All right, so let's try align self, flex end for now, but we'll do it based on alignment. Alignment equals left. Oops, left question mark. Okay, cool. Looks good. Yeah, so then we want these pictures of the dog, and we want the other messages. So let's drop in the other messages. Let's say drop in this message. We'll say alignment right. Okay. Interesting. So it doesn't go all the way to the right. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure why it does that. Okay. So it's a width issue. Oh, maybe max width here, 50%. There we go. I was putting it on the wrong spot. That's what it was. Okay. We'll say 60%. Cool. So then for these messages, the color is going to be this. And the background color is going to be white. Cool. And then this will be the second message. Awesome. So we have our messages. And then we just need our 3 images of the dog. So we have image. Source is going to be dog image. Oh, perfect. Straightforward. Dog image 1, 2, and 3. By 40. And we'll say the border radius is going to be, might be 2 rem. No, too much. Yeah, 1 rem. Okay. We'll have 3 of them. Cool. We'll say align self flex end. Cool, looks good. And we'll say margin, margin right, 0.5 rem. And then we'll say max width is going to be 60%. And then we'll say justify content space between. And we should also make it a flex box. Oh, interesting, they didn't separate. Okay, well, we can also get rid of that and get rid of that. We can just say on the middle one here, we'll say margin. Yeah, and I think the border radius is probably a little bit too much, even with that. Yeah, that looks probably 0.75. It's always the one in the middle. And yes, I could have changed all those at the same time, but here we are. Cool, so we have our messages. Phone's getting a little fat. I think maybe I want to make the phone a little bit slimmer. Or maybe it was always that size and now just noticing it. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Or maybe it needs to be taller. Yeah, it does need to be taller actually. I'm gonna go back to the page here. Move that up. Okay, cool. So now we need to add 2 more messages, except they're totally different. So these now, I'm just gonna, these are more, less so messages and more so prices. So I'm gonna create another component, new file, price. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna borrow some of the styling from messages. Am I? Let's see. The linear gradient is actually opposite in terms of the turn, but it's, I can borrow that for the price and then just change the turn, see if it goes the other way. And then within the price, we're gonna have just a box. And that's gonna be the border, so that's just gonna be that little circle. Height is going to be 0.75 rem. Width is going to be the same. And we should probably put it on the page so we can see it. So these are going to go after these messages. So this is going to be a price. Okay, so far so good. Going to add in some padding there. Gonna give it a max width of 60%. And then let's give it some typography elements. So we'll say take in text because we are gonna reuse this. Interface props. Text is going to be a string. price is going to, price is going to be a number. And then we'll say text, price, crops. And then we'll say text is going to be this, price equals 29. We can just do both of them. So at 10, no, 1 hour, sorry. 1 hour, it's gonna be 49. Okay. And then we're gonna say, that's gonna be white, size 8. Good. And then this one here, also white, but bold, and 12. So we'll copy that. We'll say 0.75 rem. We'll say font weight is, let's start with 600. Maybe it needs to be a little thicker. And because we did not import it like that, because it's not a client component. Okay, looking good. Oh, and I put that in price. Okay, we're gonna put a $sign next to it. Okay, not bad. Gotta change the border radius of a bunch of stuff. So we'll say border radius. 2 rem seem to be sufficient with the dog. Yep, those are circles. And then the border radius here now, it's gonna be 2 rem, 2 rem, 2 rem, 2 rem, 0.5 rem. Good. And then we'll say the margin. And again, I could have made like a base component that kind of took in some of these elements and reuse them, which might have been a good idea. No, 0.5 was right. Or at least consistent. I don't know if it's right. Maybe we need a little less space between. Yeah, I think actually 2.5 might be the better way to go. Yeah, looks a little bit better. And then we need to align that text in the price. So we'll say, and it's more of an offer than a price, but semantics. So we're gonna put these two together. The box and the first set of text, because they're kind of left aligned. I'm gonna give that first box some margin right. And we're gonna say display flex, align items to the center. Good. And then for the outside box, display flex, yes, we're gonna say justify content, space between. Good. Okay, looking good. And then for the price, I think I'm just gonna say margin, top and bottom 0, right, 0.5 rem. So it's a little bit, yeah, a little bit more center. Cool, so we have our messages, we have our price option. The last piece we need for the phone now is this actual button where they would like send a message. So now for this, it's gonna be pretty similar to how we've been building it. So I'm gonna close out a few of these just so we have a few less tabs open. And for this piece here, it's gonna be a box. And the background color of the box color is gonna be, and because it's not an actual interactive element, it's just like an image we're gonna build out like this. But if you were to actually build the chat app, then you'd build it completely differently, obviously. So So we're going to do that. We're going to say border radius to rem, width 100%. We're going to say padding 1 rem, that might be too much. And then we're going to add in a typography element. It's going to say type a message, and the color is going to be this, and it's going to be size 9. Okay, good. What am I not seeing? I'm not seeing the background. Height 100%. Oh, I set the color, background color. Okay, good. Let's take away that height. Good, much better. Width, oh, 100% is not working. Did I put it outside? No, it's within the box. Interesting that it's going over it. Let's go with 80%. Let's say align self-center. Good. Let's go with 85%. Justify self. I wonder if I can do flex and make the phone a little shorter. Add some space as well. Say margin. Yeah, and that'll make the phone just a touch shorter. And again, this is we're just trying to get the design to spec. Okay, we'll leave it like that. And then within this box that we've just made, so we have type a message on one side. On the other side, we want this send arrow situation. And I'm not sure, do we have a key? Yeah, we could use that arrow. So the background color is going to be this, and then there's going to be a typography element, this one here. So they usually give you a suggestion. Yes. And then color is going to be white, and then the font weight is going to be 600. We'll start with that. Good. And then we'll say border radius to rem, width 1.5 rem, height 1.5 rem. Good. Display of flex, justify content, oops, center, align items, also center. Good. And then we'll make this one the flex box. And we'll say justify content, space between. Cool. I think I'm going to lower the padding just a touch. And yeah, that looks pretty good. So I think we've got our phone. I think our phone is done. The next piece I want to work on is this simple booking. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. So we want to grab a typography element. We'll say typography. Oops, not that. Drop that in there. It's going to be this color. Font weight is going to be maybe 600. Oh, and then font size. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Okay, cool. And then we'll have this section here with all this text. We'll say color is going to be this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we don't have to be too wide. All right. Color is going to be that. Height is regular. We could say line height. Let's say line height 4. Way too much. Line height 3. A little closer. Line height 2. Good. And then flex maybe 0.75. Oops, not 57. 75. Good. Okay, awesome. And then the container that holds them together, we're going to say justify content space between. Do that little space there. And then we'll say align items to the center. Let's save that. Cool. I think we need probably a little bit more margin on the bottom there. We'll say margin bottom 1 or let's say 2 rem. Actually 1.5. That looks pretty good. Okay. Cool. So we have those 2 elements. Let's see now if we can get these background elements to work. So basically it's 2, I don't know, 2 pills. I don't know what you want to call them. 2 ovals. We'll call them ovals. Kind of ovalish. And they're calling them rectangles, which I don't know. So we'll say new file, oval.tsx. And the reason I'm making a file for these is because they're going to be the same size and shape. I don't know, I might end up having to change this. But I'm thinking that I can just pass in the color and like any additional SX props that we need. So I'm going to say interface props. We'll say all right, so it's going to be whatever we put in plus whatever we overwrite. So let's drop the first oval. I'm going to drop it here. I'm going to say oval. And make that optional. Okay. I'm just going to start styling the first one and see how far I get with it. So we'll say we want this linear gradient. So I'm actually going to go back to the header. Yeah, it's similar to the header. I'm going to steal that again. Drop that in there. Oops. Okay, cool. So it's just hanging out on the side right now. Another thing I'm going to have to do is remove the margin from the page. Margin, because it's supposed to go right to the edge of the page. Cool. But it's in a good place. So we're going to say height is 100 view height. And then we're going to translate it up. Height, 100 view height. Oops. Okay, and then width is going to be probably 40 view width, maybe not so much. Does it cut it off? It does cut it off a little bit. If it was over, maybe 30 view width or 35. Cool. We're going to say position. It's going to be absolute. Good. And then we'll say left 0. And top -5. Okay, so we say top -500. Okay, maybe a little bit too much. Top -100. Good. And then we'll say border radius 4 rem. I just want to see where that gets us. Okay, so let's do 10 rem. Let's do 15. Yeah, and that's about looking like that pill shape. I think the height might actually need to be 150 view height. And then we translate it up even further. All right, and then we'll translate it over to the left. Where does it cut off? On the downward slope. I think it's probably not wide enough either. Let's say left 100. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. And then we'll say Z index -1. Send it to the back. Cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty content. Now let's make the second one, because there's one on the right. You can barely see it, but it's there. So what I'm gonna do here for this guy, what color is this? Rectangle and rectangle copy. I'm not sure if that's the right color, but we'll try it. I'm gonna say, well actually first I should drop a second oval. We'll say background. The background color is gonna be this. Oh, and I should move it. Right is gonna be 0. Top 0, right 0. Is it overriding the background? Oh, it's background. I need to override background. Okay, there we go. Definitely not the right color. Let me see if I can grab it from here. Okay. So this is going to be the color. Good. Top is going to be like 100. Yeah. And then right, left 0, right. What I should take out, don't actually need it to say oval. Left unset, left undefined, There we go. Okay. Right 0. So basically I need to override whatever that left value was, because it was still set. It was still saying left is 0. 0 is not nothing, but undefined is nothing. I could maybe put, I wonder if null would have worked. Yeah, null works as well. Okay. So we'll say right minus 100. What did I do for the left? The other one was, yeah, left minus 100. So we'll do right minus 100, top 100, and then overflow hidden. I'll just get rid of that. We don't need that. We don't need 2 cancellations. And is that it? I think the only other thing that's missing is in the header. Next to Samuel Green, next to his image, we can put a little box, we can put a little typography element here. Put that there. Where did we put the other one? It was in phone. Borrow this. We'll just put it there and make it this one. We'll say, let's make it white. We'll set the margin right 0.5 rem. And then we'll set the width to be 0.25 rem. Oh no, that did not work. All right. Cool. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, so we built our phone. We did all of these customized stylings from scratch. The only thing we didn't get from the app was just the images of Samuel Green and the dog. One thing I would have changed if I did it again, I would get icons. I would like install an icon package from Material Guide, but because it was just these 2 icons, it didn't make sense to do it right at the end. But if I was polishing this up, I would definitely get those icons and have it just, you know, kind of perfect. But we created these background elements. We absolutely place them. And then we have our sort of just information about the app. So if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. And if you want to see more content like this, feel free to hit that subscribe button down below. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.